Good morning, everyone. I would like to ask Dr. Simpson to call the roll as we call the meeting to order. Dr. Simpson?
Good morning. Mr. Bartley? Mr. Bartley? Ms. Bates?
Present.
Mr. DeShield?
Present.
Dr. Gaddy?
Present.
Dr. Green?
Present.
Ms. Howard?
Present.
Dr. Lee? Dr. Lee?
Present.
Ms. McCullough?
Present.
Dr. McCarthy?
Present.
Ms. Morrow?
Present.
General Sumter?
Present.
Dr. Wilcox?
Present.
Mr. Wu? Mr. Wu?
Present.
Mr. Crawford?
Present.
And Dr. Stanley?
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. The roll call is complete.
I'm signing in late. This is Board Member Sean Bartley. I am present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shaw?
All members are present. You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome the board members and the staff and members of the public to our meeting today. This meeting will be conducted virtually. We will, all of the materials are posted online. We're using the WebEx virtual meeting platform. The public can continue to access the meeting through the state board's website. The meeting agenda and all the materials will be posted there. The archive video will also be posted on the website. During the meeting, only the board members and staff presenters will be able to speak. Board members are asked to hold their comments and questions until the end of the presentation. Board members and staff should identify themselves when speaking. Dr. Salmon will respond to each question, or she will call upon an appropriate staff member to do so. Voting will be conducted by voice or roll call, and Mr. Schoen will ratify the vote. I'm going to just take a minute of privilege. I've been reporting out on my health situation. I wanted to report that I've completed my treatment, completed that last Monday, and I'm cancer-free. It has been, I appreciate all your support, all your prayers and warm comments. I've had a great time with the staff. The other day when I was with them, I asked them, I was near the end of the radiation, and I said, is it true that I will glow in the dark when this thing is over? And they just looked at me and just shook their head. By that time, see, they've gotten to know me and they just sort of ignored me. Here he goes again. But again, I just want to let everyone know and just encourage again, get your annual checkups. Get your annual checkups. This is how this was detected, and it was detected early, and there were options, and I'm cancer-free. And I just encourage everyone, especially men. Men, we don't do that like we should. Get those checkups. Okay, now we'll get back to business. At this time, we're going to turn to our public comment period, and we welcome all of our presenters. And we will definitely pay close attention to your comments. You will be given 3 minutes to speak. Dr. Simpson will be the timekeeper. we ask you at the end of the 3-minute period, if you have not completed, we ask you just to complete your sentence, but not to go any further. And then at the end of the 3-minute period, the speakers will immediately be released from the room. Please direct your comments to the entire board. And again, we take your comments into advisement. We are very much interested in hearing what you have to say. If you have any written materials, please provide those to Dr. Simpson, and she will make sure that the board members receive the copies. So again, welcome. Our first speaker is Sean Rose. Rose?
Yes, I'm here.
Yep. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Sean Rose. I am the president of Rock Spring Children's Center. It's a nonprofit childcare for up to 194 infants until school-age children in Montgomery County. I'm here because childcare falls under the purview of MSDE and the State Board of Education. And the COVID crisis has hit the childcare industry very hard. I don't think that the scope of how hard it has hit us is fully appreciated. And the relief funds that the federal government has recognized are necessary for the childcare industry have not been getting to childcare programs to help us survive this crisis. So in my testimony, I shared 2 charts that I'd like to draw your attention to. The first shows the childcare crisis as it existed as we were going into the pandemic. And it showed that the number of family childcare providers was in steep decline. The number of center-based programs was starting to decline, that we were having an aging population of workers, and that it was very hard to attract new people to the field. The pandemic has made everything tougher. We already operated on razor-thin margins, and then the pandemic made everything more expensive in order to operate. The second chart shows this is a software program that a lot of childcare providers use across the nation that shows what our attendance has been like. So even though MSD has reported that a lot of childcare providers have reopened, we're not back to normal. We're still struggling. Our center is a $4 million a year budget. We lost over $1 million. If it weren't for the PPP that came quickly and efficiently, we would have had to close. So now $50 billion has been allocated from the federal government, and that money has yet to get to childcare programs to really help us stabilize our business. And this is going to be a problem going in through next year, because the kids aren't going to be able to be vaccinated until at this age, until the early part of 2021, probably. So that money, it's imperative that it gets to us quickly and efficiently. Right now, the state is using the last pot of money that it got to do a grant program, but the maximum amount of that only covers about 1 month's worth of losses for us. So we have another $500 million coming in, and we hope that you will pay close attention to this and try to get that to us as quickly and efficiently as possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. If you would take down the PowerPoint.
Yes, I'm sorry. That work?
No, it's still there.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Our next member of the public is Dr. Michael Martirano, Superintendent, Howard County Public Schools. Welcome, sir. How are you?
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your positive health report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Salmon, President Crawford, and members of the State Board of Education. My name is Michael Martirano, and I'm the superintendent for the Howard County Public School System. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you to share comments on behalf of PZAM and the 24 local school superintendents across Maryland regarding virtual education possibilities. While many students and families in Howard County are excited by the prospect of returning to full in-person learning, we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the potential for beneficial instructional opportunities in the virtual world for students who are not ready or able to return to in-person learning, as well as those who have flourished during the virtual instructional environment. To that end, the Howard County Public School System is planning a virtual option for students entering grades K through 12 who wish to remain in the virtual option for the upcoming school year and beyond. Once finalized, the Digital Education Center program will give students the option to access real-time synchronous instruction and digital assignments while receiving support services from the center and the student's district at home school. Similar to our in-person instruction, the Digital Education Center would meet existing state standards for curriculum, staffing, grading, and attendance. Our intent is to incorporate the exceptional educational experiences afforded in our brick and mortar schools with the needs of students who would benefit from the virtualized instruction. Much of our work to develop this center is predicated on the lessons learned during this past year, as well as best practices from existing virtual schools, and I'm a strong proponent of this kind of innovative thinking. Just as individual students learn differently, our future educational models need flexibility to adapt to changing circumstances. Pandemics aside, we need to capitalize on the opportunities afforded by virtual instruction for our students. Each local school system has unique needs, resources, and objectives in implementing virtual education options. Accordingly, I urge you to recognize changes in state statutes, regulations, or frameworks could create roadblocks to important offerings for the coming school year in districts throughout Maryland. In closing, we appreciate the state's board interest in supporting local school systems in this newly developing model, but we urge the board to proceed deliberately with input from local school systems as we share experiences and needs and advance innovative initiatives that are transformative for all Maryland students as we use every tool to close the achievement and opportunity gaps. My colleagues across the state are already working together to review best practices and learn from each other given the innovation that we've seen over the past year. Each county needs to be able to work collaboratively with the department, teachers, and our families to give stakeholders a meaningful role in the development of local virtual options while continuing to move forward at a pace that allows for their timely implementation. Board members, thank you again for your time today and for your continued support over the past year as we have all faced unexpected challenges during the pandemic. But now we need to focus on lessons learned and respond in a way to accelerate and enhance innovative learning efforts that will benefit all of Maryland students. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. We'd now like to recognize Dr. Jack Smith, Superintendent, Montgomery County Public Schools. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, President Crawford, and I add my congratulations for your good health report.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. It encourages everyone. Good morning to all the members of the State Board and to Dr. Salmon and all of our colleagues at the Maryland State Department of Education. First, I'd like to publicly thank you for your work over the past year to really move in a thoughtful way to support students in this very strange world we've all been living in that is continuing, but there is some light at the end of this tunnel, I think, and that's good news. And as we think about that light, we certainly think about our response to the past year and the tremendous disruption that students have experienced during the pandemic. And one part of that thinking has to be around the state assessment and its value to the state, to local school systems, and to really understand what's happening for many of our student populations across the state. And so I would like to offer that the superintendents stand ready to support and work with a sort of work group to think about the state assessments as we move forward and how that might look. I also would like to ask the board to consider how the state assessment and the Maryland State Report Card are going to align and connect to the Blueprint for Maryland's Future legislation that has been passed, and how that's going to move forward in a really aligned, thoughtful way that will achieve the goal, which is to bring equity and excellence to all students in Maryland and to have the greatest level of access and opportunity for all of our children in the state. And there are so many different aspects of this work. And so, as I said, we stand ready to support that work as local school systems and local superintendents to work together as we move into this state assessment in the fall with a work group, and also to think beyond that around the state report card, what it will look like, and how it will enhance and align with the blueprint for Maryland's future as we go forward. Because we want to be able to look back 5 years from now and see that the work has really made a difference in student learning. So thank you for your time today, and I hope you have a productive meeting and a good day.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we'd like to recognize Mr. Christopher Lloyd. This tab. Mr. Lloyd? Okay. We'll now move on to Ms. Cheryl Bose from MSEA. Good morning.
Morning. How are you today?
Well, thank you. And you?
Good. Congratulations on your health report, and it's a model for everyone. So thank you for sharing, and congratulations. Good morning, board members, Dr. Salmon, Vice Chair Halley. Again, I'm Cheryl Bose, representing over 66,000 educators across the state of Maryland. We've been talking so much about reopening our schools, and again, I want to thank our educators, every job title within our schools, for doing a heroic job during the virtual learning period and are continuing to do so during hybrid. They are still asking, though, that everybody keep at the forefront health and safety procedures. I know the headline recently from the CDC was, oh, well, schools can go from 6-foot social distancing to 3-foot social distancing. As a teacher, and specifically a reading teacher, I would say just don't go by the headline alone. There were definitely conditions set forth by the CDC for when you could go to a 3-foot social distancing. But again, health and safety is paramount. But there seems to be a theme with Dr. Moderano and Dr. Smith today. There are many new things facing education here in Maryland that we need to begin to collaborate from the beginning, not the end. We talked about virtual schools, virtual learning. We need to continue to collaborate on what that will look like moving forward in the future. Educators need to be a part of that collaboration. MSEA needs to be a part of that collaboration. We have the largest historic bill to change funding formulas and how we deliver education in Maryland through the passage of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future that is now law. It is actually in statute. We must begin to set up work groups to talk about the various aspects so that we can implement the Blueprint for Maryland's Future to benefit all of our students as it was intended. I would hope that you are supportive of the companion bill when it is shared with you during your legislative time today. That changes some of the dates and technical items that are within there, and it also addresses tutoring, summer school, and other things that we need to get past and recover from the pandemic. But again, we can't include stakeholders at the end, which has become a habit, and we need to begin this early. I would also include in that the American Rescue Act. We have a lot of money coming into our schools. We need to incorporate the people who are actually in our buildings to talk about what are the needs of our students, what are not only academic needs, but social emotional learning needs, what are personnel supports that are needed. Right now, we can't even get enough counselors and psychologists and social workers to deal with the social emotional learning. So this is something that we can collaborate together, hopefully also pulling in higher education representatives on these stakeholder groups. But it needs to be meaningful and maybe even allow the chair to be somebody outside of the State Department so that you can get variety of opinions and perspectives brought into the committee. So as we begin a new renewed look, and I know that we're getting a new state superintendent, I would just ask you to begin from the beginning of these pieces of legislation and that there's the federal assistance and the assessments and the virtual, and not wait until the end and roll it out. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'd like to have Mr. Thomas Werner. Good morning, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, President Crawford and members of the board, Dr. Salmon. My name is Tom Werner. I live in Frederick County, and my 3 children have attended the Frederick County Public Schools. My subject this morning is the substance abuse and prevention education, with which I've been an advocate for the last 8 years. Prior to COVID-19, our country was already in the midst of a growing drug epidemic that begins in adolescent years. As many of you have probably read, there has been a substantial increase nationally in substance abuse and in mental health issues. Passage of the COMAR regulation several years ago was an excellent step in requiring substance abuse prevention instruction in our schools. The implementation of this regulation has been largely left to individual school districts. This has resulted in an uneven application of resources being devoted to this issue, and especially unnecessary duplication of time, money, and administrative overhead on many programs that, if combined, would apply equally to the entire state. A small advisory group could be formed to review the existing programs in place at the county levels and make some recommendations to the board and the Maryland Department of Education. Some of the existing programs would naturally be better left at the county level, addressing their unique demographics. Others could be combined into programs that would be effective across the state at a substantial savings of resources. In addition, the quality of these combined programs could be increased with additional money available from the savings. As a result of the virtual learning technology that has been emerged during COVID-19 and mentioned earlier in this meeting, cost-effective programs could be quickly developed and managed with these technologies. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, sir. At this time, we'd like to have Dr. Marjorie Smelkinson.
That's right.
Okay, great.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Marjorie Smelkinson, and I study infectious diseases, including influenza and coronaviruses. I am also the mother of 4 public school students in Montgomery County. It has been known for months that schools pose little risk of infection to students, staff, and to the broader community when basic precautions are in place. However, unscientific policies and deprioritization of students has left Maryland as one of the states providing the least amount of live instruction to public school students, and now it has failing grades to show it. The abysmal reopening effort in Maryland lacks the urgency necessary to address this crisis. While Governor Hogan called for schools to reopen on March 1st, several counties have ignored this deadline, and many are opening at a snail's pace, taking 5 to 6 weeks to return all students. This low effort is resulting in 41% of Maryland students returning to school in April and May, with many waiting over 400 days to receive live instruction. 3 of my kids returned to school last week after a year of virtual learning, but sadly, they remain tethered to their screens and headphones for 5 hours a day, an absurd situation faced by many other Maryland students. This virtual instruction from the classroom is not the live teaching that Maryland's parents have been fighting for, and is far worse than what other states are providing to their millions of students. This is grossly, obviously inadequate, and minimizes the needs of Maryland's children. Immediate full return to classrooms is essential to fix the incalculable damage our children have suffered from a year of virtual learning. Learning in classrooms 5 days a week, off screens, directly engaged with teachers and among peers is the education all children need and deserve, and the only way to stop Maryland's children from falling further behind. Many state leaders are stepping up to get schools fully open, where local leadership has failed to do so. State boards of education in Massachusetts, Illinois, West Virginia, and others have recently adopted 3-foot distancing to enable the full return of students to classrooms this spring. Even California and New York City have followed suit after the CDC changed official guidance last week. However, many counties in Maryland, including Montgomery County, plan to ignore the revised CDC guidance, continue 6-foot distancing, and remain in hybrid until at least the fall. This continues to lock many children out of classrooms, relegating them to rot on wait lists. This is an unnecessary and unacceptable disservice to our state's families. There is no public health reason to force children to continue inferior online or hybrid learning. Board of Education, you must help all students that wish to return to school to do so no later than the first week of April. You must update official state guidance for schools to use a 3-foot rule, and you must mandate that Maryland schools provide full-time live instruction this spring. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you very much. We have now Initial Miller. Initial Miller. Then we will move on to Ms. Heidi Hudson. Ms. Heidi Hudson. All right. Well, this will then conclude our public comment period. We thank all of those that took time out to provide comments today. We will definitely take your comments under advisement. And again, thank you so much for that. At this time, we're going to move to the new business item. And we have the approval of the amended minutes, personnel actions, and budget adjustments. So following our Robert's Rules of Order, I'm going to state objection 3 times. If there are no objections, we will then approve those items. Objection, objection, objection. Seeing no objection, the consent agenda items are approved. Thank you. At this time, we're going to move to reports to the State Board. And the first item is Dr. Salmon is going to give us an update on the broadband access and efforts. Dr. Salmon, welcome.
Thank you and good morning, President Crawford, Vice President Halley, and all board members. It's nice to see you again today. We have with us today Mr. Kenrick Gordon, who is the director of all the broadband issues across the state. And I'm very happy to report that he and I and a number of other people have been working on expanding broadband across the state since the very beginning of the pandemic. And some of these things, as people probably know, kind of run under the wire. We don't often highlight some of the things that we are doing to make sure that kids have a better access to the internet. And so starting way back before, at the very beginning of the pandemic, we had conversations about expanding broadband, not just in the rural areas of the state, but in the urban areas as well. And I'm just going to turn it over to Rick, because he can certainly give us an update on where we are and the exciting news about what's coming ahead. So good morning, Rick. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your presentation today, and I'll allow you to go ahead and present. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salmon, and thank you, Board of Education, for inviting me to speak. I do have a short presentation that, assuming technology works, you should see a presentation in front of you.
Yes, we can see it. Thank you, Rick.
Perfect. So, as Dr. Salmon said, I am Rick Gordon. I'm the director of the Governor's Office of Rural Broadband. My typical role is working with our local jurisdictions to expand broadband into rural areas. The pandemic stood things on its head as everyone's aware, and suddenly my office was also looked to provide solutions for unserved students, both in rural and urban areas. And I just wanted to give you a quick update of what we've done and what we're continuing to work on. Way back in March 2021, the E-rate rules were changed, and schools and libraries that received E-rate funding were suddenly allowed to expand their reach beyond just the school buildings. We looked at that very quickly and developed an emergency assistance program for entities that were providing services to students. That included various libraries, it included school districts. What we found very quickly is I'm not allowed to provide funding directly to school districts. It's not within the statute, not within my allowable use. So we provided funding to the counties that then passed through funding to the school districts. This very early effort, we provided $187,000 of grants to libraries. The libraries really did a lot of hotspots. The school districts provided wireless access points on the exterior of their buildings, so at least we could have students swing by the school buildings and safely stay in the cars and download their necessary lesson plans and things. So, like I said, very early on, we tried to find something we could do quickly. Then in, I believe it was April, the governor announced $5 million for urban student assistance and another $5 million for rural student assistance. And we developed a program to provide funding directly to the school districts. 22 of the 24 state school districts participated. We did a very quick grant application, and were able to award 100% of the funding that was requested. We ultimately provided, or the applications were for just shy of 65,000 students that needed broadband services. We provided $4.2 million to the urbanized effort and $4.5 million for the rural student support. This support was anything from, again, a lot of hotspots were purchased, and we provided service for in the urbanized areas. Many of the wired providers, Comcast, Antietam Broadband, Easton Utilities, Atlantic Broadband, all had programs, and where we could, we actually funded the service to the house because that obviously is a better solution than the hotspots. Also, at the same time, the governor announced a $15 million program to construct a statewide wireless education network for rural unserved students. This network, we envisioned utilizing state and local jurisdictionally owned towers and really any other vertical asset that we can set up antennas on. We provided a grant to Collaborative Solutions of Maryland to do this work. Collaborative Solutions, CSM, is a 501c3 that was established by the University System of Maryland to provide innovative solutions to the educational community. We think that it was a very good partnership to start. And so this map shows the location of state-owned towers and state-known water towers. Basically, water towers are generally in the 100 foot or more elevation, and that's where we're looking to install these antennas. The lighter shaded red area are what we know as unserved areas within the state based on some Federal Communication System or Communication Commission reports. So you can see that there are towers that overlap those areas, and the idea is to utilize these towers. So the way this is supposed to work is the state's going to pay for construction, basically through this $50 million grant to CSM. CSM will own, operate, and maintain the network, and the school districts will become members of CSM, this nonprofit, and will have the opportunity to participate in the governance of CSM. There are school districts that are already members of CSM. Gary Davis, the CIO for Carroll County, is actually the chair of CSM. So it's a group that is already functioning, and this just expands what their work has been. So the way we envision this working is the school districts will, through CSM, will set a formula for shared operating costs. A feasibility study is about to be started that will actually look at how the network will be built and what it will cost to operate. And there has just been changes to the E-rate funding program that the school districts currently use for their own in-house broadband, that those funds will be able to be used for student connectivity. And I believe $7.5 billion was just allocated for this for the next 10 years. So we're waiting for the rules to come out, but that I think has some promise on how the school districts are going to be able to fund their share of the costs. The school districts will set access parameters, including content filters, firewalls, etc. Obviously, one of the things that E-rate requires is that there is content filtering on this network, and we see that continuing. The schedule for this, the grant agreement with CSM is complete. We have an interagency cooperative agreement with state agencies that currently have resources that we hope to be able to use. Everybody from Do It to the state police to MIMS and MD Ren have all agreed to work together on getting access to the vertical assets that we need. The RFP for the feasibility study and network design services has been complete, and CSM is working to finalize a contract with the design firm that was selected. And we hope in the next week or so that contract will be set and we'll be able to actually start the feasibility study. We've requested student and staff location information from the districts. 7 of 24 districts have provided that information, and we are gently nudging the other districts to also provide it. What this will do is allow the design firm to understand where the student and staff are located and overlay that with who is unserved to initiate their design in the feasibility study. Feasibility study, we hope to have done sooner than May 2021, but that's our outside understanding. And once the feasibility study is complete, we will roll into design. And the first districts that will be designed are those that have cooperated and have provided the information that we need to put this together. I'll add that the plan currently is that by the end of the calendar year, we will have the majority of the network completed. It really, some of it will be weather dependent, of course, as well as district cooperation and county cooperation dependent. So that's the plan at this point. Any questions I can answer? Certainly. Ms. Hall?
My question is, you had 2 of the local school systems that didn't ask for any funding. Do you have any information on why they didn't pursue funding?
Yes, that was Somerset and Frederick County. Frederick County we talked to, and they said that with the funding they got through their own COVID funding from the federal government, that they did not need any additional help. And Somerset County had a different problem. They are covered so poorly by cellular that hotspots just wouldn't work for them. And we tried some other efforts, things like setting up additional antennas at fire companies, setting up and we just couldn't find a good method to provide that service. So that's why Somerset, we simply couldn't find a method to help them. We did work for probably a good 30 to 45 days with them, trying to come up with some other method. We were very flexible as far as what do you want to do? How do you want us to help you? And we just couldn't come up with a plan.
So given that Somerset has this extraordinary problem, will they receive some priority consideration as you're going through your feasibility and implementation planning?
Yes, so on my other role as Office of Rural Broadband, we're actually working to try and expand broadband service into Somerset. We've done one program, one grant with Charter Communication for about $1.5 million to expand in part of Somerset. We have grant applications now in that will actually do hardwired service to locations within Somerset. So for this, for the wireless ed network, let me see if I can bounce back to my map. Somerset doesn't have a lot of resources, and that the vertical resources are part of the problem. But yes, we will certainly be looking at Somerset, and they were not one of the 7 counties that have gotten us information, but we will encourage them and see what we can do to bring them up to the top.
Thank you. This is a terrific report. I really appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Mr. Gordon, if you could take your presentation down, I'll be able to then see the board members. Any other board members? It's an excellent presentation. Any other board members, comments, questions? If you do, please just speak up.
Mr. Crawford, this is Ms. Morrow. I have one question.
Please. Yes, please.
Just thank you, Mr. Gordon, for providing all this information. One question on the last slide, you were talking about districts that have provided information on where students and staff currently are. Is this something that's going to continue to be updated? Are we going to see like an ongoing process for this, or are there going to be gaps where there's not currently students, but in the future there may be?
Sorry, there it is. I was trying to find the stop sharing button.
All right.
Sorry about that.
That's right. All right.
If the board wants routine updates, I can certainly provide that. We do currently provide updates to the Department of Education that they could share with you. Whatever format you'd like, I'm happy to accommodate that.
Okay, so it will continue to go forward with new development areas or areas. It's not going to be like a static, we're just doing this one time then.
Totally up to the board.
Okay.
I think what Ms. Morrow is concerned about, Rick, is making sure that we get other systems to respond and to get into the initiative. And certainly, you have an ongoing connection with us, and we'll work on that together to get that to occur. Because 7 out of 24 and our timeline is fast approaching, we need to have all of our school systems respond as soon as possible to make sure that this work gets done, because it's going to be life-changing for some of our students. We can all talk about how great it is to do virtual learning, but if we don't have the construct there and the infrastructure there, it's a moot issue for many of our students. So I think Ms. Morrow makes a good point. We need to get our districts on board, get the information that we need so that we can move forward with placing these antennas in the areas in which they're most needed. But we do, again, thank you for your work, because without it, many of our students would certainly not be able to be connected in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, thank you. We have questions from Ms. McCusker and then from Dr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon, for your presentation. Can everyone hear me okay today? I was having issues yesterday. Okay, good. I just wanted to know if we could have a copy of that presentation forwarded to us, just so we kind of have that information. We can print it out at home and have that information for the future to reference. Is that possible?
I thought we sent it out to you. I think you do have it. Please check your email. If not, we'll be glad to send it again, Ms. McCusker.
I think I did get it from Mia.
If I can address what Dr. Salmon previously mentioned. So what we've been doing is the school districts have a CIO coalition, and we've been working with that CIO coalition. Where we start running into problems is the PII, the privacy information, and whether or not the school districts feel comfortable providing information to us. We're actually trying to work through that with a couple districts now. We're asking for address level data, but no other information. So all that we would know is, yes, a student may live at that particular address. We've offered non-disclosure agreements. We've offered to try and work with the districts in any manner that makes their council comfortable with this. If we, obviously that's our first choice, and if we can't get the information in that manner, then we'll try and figure out a second manner of figuring out that information. But that's been part of the problem with getting it, is the districts are talking with their council to figure out what they're actually allowed to give, and to make sure that there isn't a problem with that. But I think that we'll work through it. We've gotten a lot of cooperation from the districts. It's just working through this.
Very good. Dr. Green, and then General Sumter.
Mr. Gordon, again, thank you for the information. My heart is with Charles County. We were the one with most pink. And I saw one blue dot. So am I understanding you that you're going to use that blue dot, which stands for a water tower, which indicates a water tower, that's where you're going to hook up, or you already have, or you're going to do a reception tower there?
So Charles County has numerous. The one I think you're referring to is the area of red down in the bottom corner.
Right.
There are a couple things happening right there. We provided a $3 million grant to a fiber provider to build out Charles County. That particular blue dot that you referred to is a Department of Natural Resources tower. Yes, we would anticipate utilizing that tower. There's also a couple of blue dots directly outside that area of unserved. And of course, this is a wireless network. If you think of an umbrella, that's what the signal does. So that those towers would be utilized also to send signal into that unserved area. So yeah, we have not yet utilized those, but they are certainly going in the planning stage of what we would utilize.
Thank you.
And I should add, the goal of this network ultimately is not just for the rural areas. We also do hope to expand into our urbanized areas for our some of the students that have access problems within the urbanized areas. So we look at this as a phase one, and hope that phase two will start to help our urbanized students as well.
Thank you. General Sumter.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to say in Somerset County, Chop Tank Electric just got approved to do internet off of their electric grid in certain parts of the county. But of course, they're going into a lot of homes where the incomes won't allow them to pay for the service. Is that part of the grants that are coming out? Or is that going to be passed on to the local school board, come up with the money to fund those connections?
So it's really interesting right now. There are a lot of federal programs that the Chop Tank Electrics of the world, the Atlantic Broadbands of the world can tap into, but that's more short-term money. So the The providers themselves offer low cost. Comcast has their Internet Essentials for $10 a month. Our funding is to construct this network, not necessarily to enable the payment of the network. So it is going to be a question. The $7.5 billion that I mentioned, I believe, is good for 10 years. So that will, of course, and that could be used for those types of connections as well. Unfortunately, it's probably going to be to the school districts to figure out how to utilize the various pots of money to enable this. We'll do what we can. I'm an office of one, so I can't do a lot on that side. I just don't have the bandwidth to cover it. But we will help them in any way that we can as they develop programs. I know, talking to Chop Tank, they are planning a low-income assistance program for service. So we'll have to see how that rolls out as they start construction of their network.
Thank you.
Very good. I think, speaking on behalf of the board, I think we would appreciate periodic updates. And also, Mr. Gordon, if you continue to run into issues with the schools or interpretation, come back to us. Maybe we can help. Maybe if the issue is legislative, perhaps we can propose some legislative solution that would make sharing of limited information more readily available, so that we can provide the broadband service to students.
I appreciate
Thank
that.
you so much for taking time out. This was a great presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for having me.
Okay, that was great. So we're moving now to a couple of action items. The first one is a waiver request of accountability of school identification and reporting requirements for school year 2020 to 2021. And that's under tab D. Dr. Salmon.
Thank you, President Crawford. And I'd like to invite Mary Gable to present this item. You will know that we've had some discussion at our last board meeting about some of these issues with accountability. And this today is the follow-up for the actual approval of the waivers that we are requesting. So Mary, good morning. Please join us.
Good morning, and I am about to share my PowerPoint, and hopefully we are good to go.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Haley, Dr. Salmon, and members of the State Board. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and I just have to say that my computer just about a half an hour ago when I was crashing. So I am very grateful to a wonderful young man at Do It who got me up and operating. So we can move forward, and we will move forward here. So the United States Department of Education, to address, again, the extraordinary circumstances of extended and widespread closures of schools, provided to states an opportunity to request flexibility. And this is based on Elementary and Secondary Education, of course, Act. So initially in fall, October 20, as you see there, the U.S. Department of Ed gave states the opportunity to modify accountability systems. That's because, as you well know, that there was no assessment in 2020. When you get into this 2020-2021 school year, we are trying to look back at the assessments and utilize those assessments. So they gave us the opportunity. Further along, in February, the U.S. Department of Ed notified us of further flexibility, and that further flexibility was in 3 areas that you see before you. And we'll just talk about those in general and specific terms. In the area of accountability, certainly transparency and reporting, and assessments. So generally and basically, what does that mean? When we deal with accountability and school identification, the purpose of that is to differentiate schools. So what does differentiate schools mean? It means that you do certain things and provide certain vehicles and data points to do that. Maryland will not be ranking and sorting schools using data from this 2020-2021 school year. The U.S. Department of Education gives us flexibility to do that. And as you have heard repeatedly from Dr. Salmon, she has said and explained that we will not be ranking and sorting schools using data from this school year, 2020-2021. Secondly, we have two sets of schools, which I know you're familiar with. Just as a review, the comprehensive support and improvement schools are their lowest 5% of Title I schools. And then targeted support and improvement schools are schools where student groups and where groups of students are also as low as these CSI, that we call them, schools. There will be no new CSI and TSI schools identified this year, and that is because we don't have new data. We will report data as required, and one of the requests specifically in US Ed's offer for flexibility is that we for sure report on chronic absenteeism. We have been reporting on absenteeism and fully intend and have intended to continue to report on chronic absenteeism. So based on the review of the options, this is what the Maryland State Department of Education, Dr. Salmon, will be requesting a waiver from USED that we will not be required, as I mentioned before, to meaningfully differentiate schools. That's no star rating, and like before in the previous slide, no ranking and sorting. We will not be required to identify new CSI and TSI schools, although language very specifically says that we will be in the fall of 2022. Maryland is also going to ask for a waiver for the administration of the science assessment, grades 5, 8, and high school. The science assessments are administered by grade bands, whereas English language arts and math are administered every grade, 3 to 8, and once in high school. MSD would be able to shift, this is another request that we will be doing, to shift our long-term goals. What this means is when Maryland created, and any state created our accountability system as part of the Every Student Succeeds Act, you're required to identify what your baseline data is, and then must set incremental goals every year for the next, say, 10 years. That each year, based on assessments in English language arts, based on assessments in mathematics, based on even graduation rate, that you're going to show incremental trends. So if you have 52% of your students scoring proficient, which is a 4 or 5 then the following year, maybe it needs to be 54%. And the year after that, it would be 56%. What this is saying is that because we didn't administer assessments, we can shift from the data, the long-term goals that were identified for the targets, we can just shift them. So the data, the targets that are set for this year in the 2020 school year would be shifted to 2021, 2022, or in the following year. We also, as you are aware, we're given flexibility on the administration of assessments. And we at MSDE are electing to move and give flexibility for the administration of those assessments from the spring in English language arts and mathematics to the fall of 2021. I want to make it clear, however, that these assessments that would be administered in the spring are the 2020-2021 assessments. So even though they're fall of 2021 in the next school year, they're this year's assessments. The window, the window for English language arts 10 And the high school math assessments, Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 will continue to be open this spring. So for those assessments, English 10, high school math, Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 will be open for this spring. All the other assessments will be administered in the fall. What have we all, excuse me, what have we already taken? Well, as you're aware, MSDE administered in the fall a technology survey, and we've just been talking about broadband. We reported on these results to determine student access to technology and also internet service. So we did this survey. We also intended, I'm having the same problem that Dara was having yesterday, the lights go out. We also intend to administer the survey again this spring to determine, do we have more technology out there, better access, what is the status? So MSDE is already doing that, has done it, and intends to continue to do it. One of the things that USED is requiring is that we are reporting to the extent that we're already doing it, information on students and educator access to technology devices like laptops or tablets and to high-speed internet service at home. We are asked to do that, and the good part is we're already ahead of it because we already are doing that survey. So what is it going to look like? Our report card, we're going to be reporting, not as a report card, but we're going to be reporting data. And the data might look like this. I know this is not a great copy, but it is a mock-up as how we might report cohort data, post-secondary outcomes. The data will be reported. There will not be accountability or markers where you should be here, you should be there. Another example is we will be reporting attendance rate, chronic absenteeism that I've already discussed, and per pupil expenditure, which is also required. The timeline for this work is today we come before you requesting approval to post recommendations for public comment. I want to talk a little bit about the process. Usually I'm here before you talking about regulations, but I also come before you explaining the process that we use when we provide opportunities for public comment on waiver requests, or in this case, what's called an addendum. We post once approval is given by the state board and of course the state superintendent. We post on our website, we put it on the front page to alert folks that it's there. And then we post exactly what we will be asking for this waiver. We post that work for 2 weeks. At the end of that time, we collect all of those comments. We bring all of those comments back to you, state board. You get to review every comment. We generally give a response to the comment. And at that time, you can review. A second sharing that we do is we also share directly with the local superintendents so that they can fully share within the local school system. So we're meeting all stakeholders on our website for feedback and comment, and we post directly and send directly to our local superintendents to get all that feedback. This has been our process that we have used for a long time, since No Child Left Behind and ESSA, and it is our standard practice. What the U.S. Department of Education says to us is you must provide an opportunity for public comment using the procedures that you as a state have determined. We will bring all of that back to you at your April 30th state board meeting, requesting approval to submit the waiver request and the addendum for the items that I have mentioned, and submit that to the U.S. Department of Education upon your approval. That is basically the plan. Maryland is among many other states who are also submitting, and we will take advantage of this flexibility and support. We are available for questions, and I will take down my PowerPoint. So, Mr. Crawford, you can see folks.
Well, thank you, Mary. I just want to reiterate today the action for the board is just to give us permission to publish this for public comments, to post this on our website. Again, this is a process. It'll come back to you. So today is just giving us permission to post this for comments.
Thank you very much. This is very good. Let's now open it up for any questions or comments. Ms. McCusker, and then let me see who else did I see. Dr. Getty. Okay, please.
Thank you. I received a question from a local academic facilitator in one of the counties that asking for some clarification. So I just wanted to put that question out there so that they could receive this clarification. They asked that what we're doing today is we're going to be asking to not give NISA, correct? We're going to get that waiver. But they had asked for clarification because in Comar, that taking the assessment, we had said that students would take the assessment to meet the graduation requirement for science. So the question they were asking is, if we're not going to administer the assessment, is it waived for a graduation requirement in high school science? That was the question I received. Does that make sense?
Mary, I think you can answer that.
I can. I was trying to be prepared if you called on me and unmute my microphone. So there's a couple of things in play here. One is, as Dr. Salmon said, this is a request to post this. It's not the final, so you still have another action. At this time, we are requesting from USED to not administer the assessment. We don't have the response on that. And I do want to also make a point that I didn't make before, is when you submit these waivers, they are for this year and this year only. So we're only talking about, it's not a long term. 2 months ago, we came to you with a set of numerous requests for Comar regulations. That's for long term. And so here you've got kind of an additional request for this time. We will, in just a few minutes, talk about the waiver requests for graduation. But for now, it's what we're sending to U.S. Department of Education for this year.
Okay, so since we're not far along enough in the process, I can't really give a full answer to this, is kind of the gist, correct?
That's correct.
Well, actually, to be more specific, I think what Mary is saying, Ms. McCusker, is we can't change Comar because we're just asking for a waiver for this year. So the fact that it still states that in Comar is okay, because this waiver will only impact this year. And then going forward, we'll have to see where we are.
Okay, and I hope all of that answers this person's question. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Getty?
I just want to know what the standard definition is of chronic absenteeism and how many students that affects statewide.
Mary, I think you can address that, and we do have, we had data a couple years ago. I'm sure we have data now.
Absolutely. This has been a major part. It is part of our accountability system that we've committed to chronic absenteeism, which is a student absent 10% or more days. And so the example would be if they are enrolled, let's say 90 days, they're just enrolled for half the year, and they are absent 9 or more days, then they're considered chronically absent. If they're in school the entire year, 180 days, then being absent 18 or more days would be chronically absent. And this includes all absences. And so I know that as a board, you're very interested in absenteeism, and we certainly have been during this time of virtual and hybrid. As we move to hybrid and getting our students back, we're always looking at making sure our students are engaged, but that is our definition, Dr. Getty.
And so when a system identifies the students, what then is the response typically?
Well, so when we report results, we're reporting results for a school system. We disaggregate all of that data. But it is, to your point, it is incumbent upon the local school system to be working with students and what can we do to improve attendance. And we as an agency work with local school systems. Local school systems have plans. What are we doing to increase attendance? One of the questions that you've asked was just in terms of virtual is what are you doing to reach out to students? And you've collected data on that. I happen to work in my division with social workers, pupil personnel workers, of course, school counselors and psychologists. What are you doing to reach out? We've done professional development, technical assistance during this year to support our local school systems and our staff in ensuring what are we doing to reach out and meet the needs of students, seeing that they're not only there, but in trying to get students engaged. And you heard some really disaggregated data on that, but that's an excellent point. It's not just a data point, it's what can we do to get students in school. And there's not a silver bullet. There's not one answer that's going to work for every student, but we need to pull everything out of our bag that we can in order to have a strategic plan for working on improving attendance and decreasing chronic absenteeism.
Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, Ms. Morrow.
I was just going to make a motion that we approve the request as presented.
Very good. Do we have a second?
I second.
Ms.
Rachel McCusker.
Questions? Seeing no questions, Dr. Simpson, would you mind calling the roll? Thank you.
Mr. Barr.
Yeah.
Ms. Bates.
Yes.
Mr. DeShiel.
Yes.
Dr. Getty.
Yes.
Dr. Green.
Yes.
Ms. Howard.
Yes.
Dr. Lee.
Yes.
Ms. McCusker.
Yes.
Dr. Millie McCarthy.
Yes.
Ms. Morrow.
Yes.
General Sumter.
Yes.
Dr. Wilcox.
Yes.
Mr. Wu.
Yes.
President Crawford.
Yes,
The motion carried unanimously.
thank you. We'll now move to the second action item that's before us, a request for waivers related to graduation, assessments, and service learning in school year 2020-2021. That's under tab E. Dr. Sanders.
Thank you, President Crawford. And we're going to continue with Mary Gable presenting this to the board. Again, just a shout out to Mary. She is really the expert on regulations and also the laws, and she makes sure that we are very much in line with everything that we are supposed to be doing. And I would just like to thank her because we rely on her heavily for this area, and I'm not sure we always give her the appropriate thank you. So thank you, Mary, and please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, all from the board. We appreciate it greatly.
Thank you, Dr. Salmon and Mr. Crawford. I have lots of friends here at the agency that certainly help in this area. So we're going to shift now. Now we're talking about students. We're talking about students during the 2020-2021 school year. We're looking at requirements for graduation, which includes assessments, service learning, and then completer requirements are those that are required for seniors, for graduation. First and foremost, the first waiver that we are requesting related to graduation is for the Maryland high school assessments for seniors this year who are graduating this May, this June, from participating in assessments. We frequently talk about passing, quote, performance, and participating. This waiver is requesting for seniors to be waived from participating in assessments including Algebra 1, English 10, and Science, which is the Maryland Integrated Science Assessment. This includes waivers for seniors who may be completing Bridge Plan, because these are also materials that can't be shared, and English 10. Students must still pass the respective courses. It does not change that. And you note, these are the federal required assessments. You note that American government is not there, and American government is not there because you have already approved a waiver for seniors for American government. So we did not need to include that. The second second assessment that we're requesting a waiver, we're requesting a waiver for all students. Now this will include seniors, but we want to make it specific. This is for students taking the assessment in this school year, 2020-2021 school year, including fall for the waiver from US Ed, from passing Algebra 1, English 10, and the MESA assessment. Taking the assessment will meet the graduation requirement, and again, students must pass the courses. Just for your information, last year, I think April 14th is kind of in my brain, and probably forever, we came to you for the first time with a number of waivers, and we talked about taking, we talked about passing, and we also used the language, taking the assessment will meet the graduation requirement. We are moving forward with end of course assessments, but as you know, that is a regulation, which is in the process of getting ready to go out for public comment, so it's not approved, it's just getting published. The next item is this is a waiver for all students. I mentioned we'd already done it for seniors, for taking and passing the American Government Assessment. Students must pass the course. This is for 2020-2021 school year only. All of these are for that, and that was a question that you had earlier when we were talking about waivers, but this is true for graduation requirements. Service learning. We are requesting a waiver of service learning requirement for seniors who have not met the requirements. I just want to let you know, service learning is a Maryland requirement to have students engaged in volunteerism and civic understanding and making sure we understand what we can do in the area of service. We did provide school systems with ways that students could meet their service learning requirement, their student service, without meeting people, with understanding contact and all of that. However, even though we've offered many opportunities, school systems we still have seniors, many seniors, who have not yet met. Given the circumstances of the pandemic, we're requesting a waiver for student service for seniors. These are the next 4 requests for waivers. We requested this again last spring for students that were graduating in 2020. Now we're looking at seniors graduating in the spring of 2021 in May and June. They have a requirement for these different programs to not only meet hours for theory, but also meet hours of demonstration and practical application. We are not and do not want to hold students back from graduation for their inability to complete these hours. However, these students also take assessments and licenses to get their licensure. We will continue to work with those students. The school systems will continue, the high schools will continue to work with students to get their operator licensure as required by the Board of Cosmetology, and that will happen beyond the school year. This request for waiver is the same for nail technician, which is a different number of hours to 50 clock hours of theory, demonstration, and practical application. Seniors would graduate as a CTE completer with at least the 4 credits, which they must earn still, and they would need to complete the requirements for the licensure beyond the school year, which is what which I mentioned for cosmetology. This program is the same for barbers. You can read that. Hours are a little different, 1,200 hours. And then generally for secondary school career and technology education, we're requesting a waiver for seniors who must meet requirements of supervised work-based learning experiences and industry mentored projects. Again, the students must complete the 4 CTE credits and complete their work-based learning beyond the school year, and schools will work with the students in school systems. And I know Tiara Booker-Dwyer, who's the assistant sup for this area, also is working with systems and to get those areas. With that, we're happy to answer any questions. These are our requests for waivers having to deal with graduation. I will take the PowerPoint down and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Dr. Millie McCarthy and Mr. Bartley.
Hi, thanks for that report. I do have a question though, because I understand the waiver of application and continuing to work beyond graduation date. But what about theory? Does that mean that the students weren't able to receive virtual instruction in a theoretical basis for those practical positions?
Dr. Salmon, you want me to answer that?
Yes, thank you, Mary.
This is really about the practice work. They were getting the theory in the classroom. It's the hours that they need to put in outside that they have not been able to do, and we don't want to hold them back. But the classroom instruction has continued. Thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Bartley?
Thanks, Ms. Gable, for your presentation. I think that it makes sense to receive waivers for some of these categories because students weren't able to complete them. I'd like to point out in 1993, I worked with Kathleen Kennedy Townsend on the Maryland Student Service Alliance with regards to student service, and we know how important that is. I'm fortunate enough to have a neighbor whose daughter still earned her student service Alliance credit, Ms. Doyle, through working with the COVID-19 projects. But it's really unfortunate that students didn't get an opportunity to engage in public service during this time. And I think it makes total sense because of the pandemic and their inability to get out of the house and work in coordination with nonprofits and other community organizations to fill that time into student service. So it makes total sense.
Thank you.
Ms. Morrow, then Dr. Green and Mr. Wu.
Thank you. I just want to clarify one piece. So in the last presentation, you had mentioned that high school assessments would still be open this spring. Does that mean that, like, would those students potentially take the assessment this spring and then take the diagnostic again in the fall? And do we have a lot of districts that are actually still trying to administer those this spring?
Mary, go ahead.
Okay. So one, I noted for you during that time the assessments that would be able to be offered this spring, and that was English 10 and the math assessments only. If they take them this spring, then they would not take them in the fall, because it is, just consider it as the assessment, either spring or fall. So some students may want in those courses just to, take it, get through and systems may want to offer it, but they would not have to double it in the fall.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
You're very welcome.
So Dr. Green, I believe, and then Mr. Wu.
Good morning. Ms. Gable, I guess this kind of piggybacks on what Dr. Mel McCarthy just asked. If they are still required to have the theory portion, this says that we're requesting a waiver for that. So should this say just a waiver for the demonstration and practical application? Should it also be waiving the theory part as well?
So this is one COMAR, Dr. Green, requirement. And so it is making sure that no student is being held back and not graduating as a result of it. I can't say whether generally, because classroom instruction still went on, whether there's some theory that might be related to the practice that they might have to do this summer that has to be combined. We wouldn't want to prevent any student. And so rather than parsing the COMAR regulation, the whole intent is for those 4 areas to see that students can complete all that work, specifically the licensure, in the summer. And rather than parsing it, we're asking for a waiver for those seniors.
So we also have Tara Booker-Dwyer, the Assistant State Superintendent for Career and Technology Education Online. So I'd like to ask her to provide a little bit more information. Tara, good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Salmon and members of the State Board. And so the theory and the application, so as Ms. Gable was stating, there's parts of the curriculum where it goes hand in hand. And so students are actively learning their theory. And we have schools who are in session who are allowing students to do their practical application. We have some schools that are letting students come in the evenings to work. So they're really trying to work to get those hours. Our school systems are committed to supporting the students so that they can get these hours because they need them for their license, but we just don't want to hold them back from graduating. And so there's so the theory and the practical application really can be separated because some of the curriculum, as you're learning the theory, you're applying it. So you're learning the theory through that application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have Mr. Wu, then Dr. Getty.
In the past few months, I've been hearing a lot from my peers and seniors from all corners of the state who have been facing many unforeseen challenges in meeting the graduation requirements, specifically with regarding hours for CTE programs and student service learning hours. And so I just wanted to thank Dr. Salmon for her transparency with this and Ms. Cable for a wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Getty?
So basically, what we're saying about the cosmetology is that you anticipate that their requirements will be done in the summer with the support of system staff before there's a new bunch of students in the same program. Is that correct?
Tara?
Yes, and so there's a number of different ways that students can earn their hours. So they can do it at their schools under the guidance of their licensed cosmetologist. And then there's also options for them to work in hair salons and other places as long as they're under that master cosmetologist. And so there's some virtual hours that the cosmetology board is also allowing. And so we're using all opportunities, and as counties are in the city is starting to open back up and allowing more students into work sites and allowing more clients into the school buildings, the students are still working to get those hours. And the goal is, yes, to allow them to work through the summer and to get the hours that they need.
Okay, one more real quick question on the other supervised work-based learning, can you give me just an example of the Completo program that would have to do with?
And so to complete all of our CTE programs, you have to do a work-based learning experience. So whether it's an industry mentor project, it's doing an apprenticeship, an internship. So all of our programs, it's a part of it for students to graduate. And just because of COVID-19, we have had several companies that were not able to have students come to work sites. We work with school systems so that even if the school buildings are closed, to allow students to still go to work sites if their parents allow them. But it was very difficult for students to complete all the numbers of required hours because, if we think about last year, a lot of our students will start their work-based learning the summer of their junior year, or in some cases sophomore year. And they lost out on that last year because of COVID. And so this year they were not able to capture all the hours because it takes in some of our programs 2 years to get the total number of work-based hours completed to graduate.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Ms. Morrow?
One more quick question. I know, Dr. Salmon, I've covered this in email with you, but can you just publicly explain the issue with access ESOL testing? I know that's a question that I keep kind of seeing pop up, and just so the public understands how that fits in with assessments.
Yes, I'm going to ask Dr. Williamson to do that. So good morning, Dr. Williamson. Would you please provide that answer to Ms. Morrow?
I would. So the EL test, the access test, is one that really allows children to show where they are in terms of being able to exit the EL program and be able to take regular classes or to move up in the level of class that they're taking. So there is real interest in having the opportunity for those students to be able to continue to take those tests. So we extended the window through the end of the year so that could take place for them. We couldn't extend it across and into the spring because once we stop giving it, then we can actually score the test and get those scores back for the people to use to determine where they're placed. If we don't do that and we extend it through the summer into the August and September, then we can't score until after those students have finished, so they wouldn't get a score back until November. Then they wouldn't be able to be placed in the appropriate class because we'd miss that. So the decision was to do what was right for students and to go ahead and have the access test continue to be available through this rest of this year.
Thank you for that clarification so that everybody has that answer. Mr. Crawford, I'm willing to go ahead and make a motion that we approve the requested waivers.
Very good. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second motion.
Mr. DeShield? Questions? Seeing no questions, Dr. Simpson, would you mind calling the roll, please? Thank you.
Mr. Bartley?
Yeah.
Ms. Bates?
Yes.
Mr. DeShield?
Yes.
Dr. McCarthy?
Yes.
Ms. Morrow?
Yes.
General Sumter?
Yes.
Dr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Mr. Wu?
Yes.
And President Crawford?
Yes.
The motion carried unanimously.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, we're now coming to the 2020 Advanced Placement AP and SAT results, tab F. Dr. Sam.
Thank you, President Crawford. This morning, we're going to report on the 2020 cohort information on advanced placement and also report on our SAT results. And I'm going to invite Chandra Haslip and also Dr. Dara Shaw to present this portion of the presentation. So good morning to both of you.
Good morning to Dr. Salmon and members of the board. I'll be presenting the data for you this morning. If I can just share my screen and make sure that everything is working. All right, can you all see the presentation?
Yes.
Great. So I'm here to share the 2020 Advanced Placement and SAT results. We'll be combining information from a few different data sources. First, the College Board released their AP cohort data report for the graduating class of 2020. They released that on February 24th. That was the day after our February board meeting. And it was that information was under embargo until that date because it is coming straight from the College Board. And so we're presenting AP data to you today. One thing that I want to be very careful about mentioning now and throughout the presentation is we're going to be presenting cohort data, which means members of the class of 2020. For AP data, this is data reported by the student to the College Board. What that means is that the student, when they took the AP test, reported their anticipated graduation year to College Board. They also reported their demographic information, so their race and their gender. College Board provides aggregate data to MSDE, but the student is the one who provides the information about their race, their gender, and their expected graduation year to the College Board. In some cases, and you'll see this throughout the presentation, we've done our best to combine College Board data with MSDE data to increase accuracy. And all data sources are noted throughout the presentation. So if you see a number in the presentation that is slightly different from what you might have seen in that College Board February report, it's because we've combined the College Board data with MSDE data to improve the accuracy just a little bit. Nothing is drastically different, but if you do see something and end up flipping back to that February report and see that something is off by a fraction of a percentage point, it's because we've combined data from the College Board with MSDE data to improve the accuracy of AP data. In addition, I'm going to be presenting SAT data to you. Now, SAT data comes directly from MSDE. So in those cases, I am able to say with much more confidence and present data with much more confidence down to some very small numbers, and you'll see that as we move through. I also want to note that data is available on mdreportcard.org under the College Readiness section. And that applies to both AP and SAT data. So I'm going to start with advanced placement. This is Maryland advanced placement data, the current year, and some trends. On the left-hand side, these data are from the College Board. It shows you for each graduating class, the percent of graduates scoring 3 or higher on at least one AP exam during high school. Students may have taken those exams at any point during high school, so it might not necessarily be in their graduating year, but it can be at least one exam, scoring at least 3 or higher on at least one exam during high school. For the class of 2020, College Board reported that 31.5% of the class of 2020 passed at least one AP exam in high school. Same for last year, basically the same for the class of 2008. And that number has been going up slightly over and significantly since the class of 2010 and going up slightly over the past few years. On the right-hand side, this is data from MSDE. We're looking at AP exams in a different way. Instead of looking at the class of 2020 and saying of those students, how many of them passed an AP exam at any point during high school. On the first line of the right-hand side of the table, we're taking a look at all of the AP exams taken in the year 2020. That might not necessarily be taken by high school seniors. It can be taken by students in any grade. But of all of the exams that were taken in 2020, in Maryland, there were about 105,000 exams taken. Most students took more than one. In fact, the average number of exams per student was about 1.85. So most students, and that's been pretty constant over the last decade, most students take more than one exam. Of those 104,982 exams, almost 70% of those exams were passed. Again, so those numbers on the left-hand side and the right-hand side are different, because on the left-hand side, we're talking about the members of the class of 2020, regardless of the year that they actually took the AP exam. And on the right-hand side, you're looking at all of the exams taken in 2020, even if those exams were taken by freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors, whatever grade the student was in. In this case, you can see the number of exams, and especially the percent of exams scoring 3 or higher, has increased steadily over the past 10 years and even over the past 5 years, going from 62% of exams passed in 2016 to 69.4% of all exams passed in 2020. So again, data on the left-hand side are from the College Board. Data on the right-hand side are from MSDE. I also want to show you a comparison of Maryland advanced placement, participation, and success, and compare that to national data. All of the data on this slide comes from the College Board. So if I can direct you to the right-hand column for the class of 2020, in the third row, you see again the percent of Maryland graduates who scored who passed at least one AP exam while in high school. There's that 31.5% that you saw on the previous slide. Below that, you see nationally the percent of 2020 graduates who passed an AP exam while in high school. That number nationally is 24.4%. Above that, in the first two rows, you see participation. So in Maryland, the class of 2020, 45.8% of our class of 2020 took at least one AP exam. Nationally, that number is 38.3%. And so you can see across the rows, comparison of participation in Maryland, meaning students who took at least one AP exam in high school. And in the bottom two rows, percent of graduates who passed at least one AP exam in high school. Maryland compared to the national number, and across the years from 2009 to 2020, the most recent year. Again, the source of all of this data is the College Board. The next thing that I'm going to show you are some disaggregations. I'm going to start by disaggregation just by race and ethnicity. These are the slides where we start to combine College Board with MSDE data to improve the accuracy. Again, the reason that we do this is because students are self-reporting their demographics to the College Board. Now, this is not really a big deal when we're talking about some of our larger student groups where we have tens of thousands of graduates in those student groups, as you can see on the right-hand side of the table. But I do want you to keep accuracy in mind when we're talking about, there go the lights, when we're talking about some of our smaller student groups, where the number of graduates is only a few thousand. So I just want you to keep that in mind. So on the left-hand side, what you are seeing in the graph is disaggregated by race ethnicity. The class of 2020 who took at least one AP exam in high school, that's the blue, and who passed at least one AP exam in high school, that's the orange. So at the bottom of this table on the left-hand side, where it says all, those are for all Maryland students. Here's where I told you where we did a little bit of adjusting. So if you recall, the percent of graduates who scored a 3 or higher when I showed it to you on the previous slide was 31.5%. That is the unadjusted number from the College Board. Here, where I said the adjustments might make things just a tiny bit different. Here, we improved the accuracy of the number, and at the very bottom it says 31.4%. So no, if you thought the numbers were a teeny bit different, you are correct. These are the adjusted numbers. So again, at the bottom of this table, the chart rather, on the left-hand side, you see that 45.6% of the class of 2020 took at least one AP exam in high school. 31.4% of the class of 2020 passed at least one AP exam in high school. If you go up now, looking at the graph on the left-hand side, you see that percent of graduates taking and passing at least one AP exam in high school for the class of 2020, disaggregated by the race, ethnicity of the student, as reported by that student to the College Board. So for example, 72.3% of Asian graduates in the class of 2020 took at least one test. 60.3% of them passed at least one test. For Black students, that number is 27.5% took at least one test. 12.7% passed at least one test. You see that on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side is the table. If you do the division yourself, you get exactly the same numbers that are in the chart. We just wanted to show you some raw numbers so that you could see the size of the student group, so that you could put some sizes, get some sense of the magnitude for the percentages that are there in the graph. So for our white students in 2020, we had 23,548 graduates. For our Black students, we had 18,753 students. Hispanic students, 9,071. Those are our larger student groups where we can be more confident in some of the self-reported numbers, and then the student group size gets a little bit smaller as you go down to the other groups. On this slide, I'm showing you similar data to what I showed you on the previous slide, but now this is disaggregated by both race and gender. Again, the numbers in the table show you the raw numbers, and the numbers in the graph on the left-hand side. The blue is the percent of graduates taking at least one AP exam while in high school, and the orange is the percent of graduates passing at least one AP exam in high school. So if you go down to the bottom, you see that same all students for all graduates, regardless of gender. For male and female students, I'm at the second and third from the bottom on the graph. You see that female students take AP exams, the blue bar, at greater rates than male students. And they also pass AP exams at greater rates than male students. That's the orange bar. Moving up the table, you can see these numbers further disaggregated by student group, by both student group and gender, across some of the larger student groups. On the right-hand side in the table, you see all of the student groups represented, even the very smallest ones. But as I move through these finer and finer disaggregations, we're only presenting the largest student groups. They're the ones where we have the most confidence in the percentages that we're showing. Because again, these are based on self-reported data by the student directly to the College Board. Finally, for AP data, I'm going to look at some trends. First, this is advanced placement cohort data by race ethnicity. Across the bottom is the graduating class. So on the left-hand side, percent of graduates taking at least one AP. On the right-hand graph, percent of graduates passing at least one AP. The dashed line is all students for comparison. And then the solid lines are the four, in this case, largest student groups by race ethnicity. And you can see some clear differences in the percent of graduates taking at least one AP in high school. That's the left. The percent of graduates passing at least one AP exam in high school, that's the right-hand side. And you see those same differences that you observed in the previous slide, but now you're seeing the trend data as well for the graduating cohorts of the past 10 years. Finally, for our AP disaggregations, this is disaggregated by both race and gender. Again, we're sticking to the very largest student groups here because of we want to be completely confident in the data that we're presenting. But you can see, so the first thing to compare across the two graphs is compare the dotted line to the solid line that are the same colors. And so, for example, in the left-hand graph, the blue solid line are the percent of African-American female students who took at least one test in high school. The blue dashed line are the percent of African-American male students who took at least one AP exam in high school. So you want to compare the solid line, which are the female students, to the dashed line, who are the male students within the same race ethnicity. You can also compare across the colors. So the orange, I'm still on the left-hand side, but the orange solid line are the white female students. The red solid line are the Hispanic female students. The blue solid line are the Black female students. And so you can compare the solid lines, which are students of the same gender, across the different races. So it's different ways of looking at the same information. And again, you see the graduating classes of the past 10 years, and you can see the trends as they move across. I'd like now to move into SAT data by graduation year. This, as I mentioned, all of this data comes from MSDE, except where I will note to you. I'm calling this, and you'll see it referred to very carefully in our presentation, as college readiness reporting. What that means is that if a student tested more than once, the highest score in each subject is used. So for the past 3 years, here are the data that you see for the class of 2020. We had the average overall score. So for those of you not familiar with the SAT, or it has been revamped in the last few years, which is why there's only 3 years of data here. But for those of you not familiar with the way that the SAT is currently being scored, there are two sections, the evidence-based reading and writing and the math section. Each of those, the maximum possible score is 800. And so for the class of 2020, the average reading and writing score was a 523, and the average math score was a 511, with a combined average overall score of a 1035. Again, I'm not able to show you a much longer trend line for SAT data because of recent changes that SAT has made to their test. And so scores are not at all comparable across years. And so we only have 3 years of a trend to show you for SAT data. Again, this is by graduation year. Again, disaggregation by student group on this page. This is just by race and ethnicity. On the far right, you see the 2020 graduates. And then you also see the 2018 and 2019 graduates, disaggregated just by student group or by gender. And so we have the race ethnicity group, students with disabilities, English learners, economically disadvantaged, male and female students. And then on the following slide, we have disaggregation by both race and gender across the 3 years. Again, this is all based on MSDE data, what I'm calling college readiness reporting, which is the way that you'll find SAT data reported on our MD report card website under the college readiness section. The very last thing I'm going to show you, and I know it's a lot of data, is a comparison of SAT cohort data from Maryland to national. Now, in this case, you'll notice at the top of the slide, I call this College Board reporting. College Board does not use the same college readiness standard that Maryland does. College Board only uses the student's most recent score. They do not look at whether the student had tested previously and scored higher or lower on the SAT exam or on any particular section of the SAT exam. College Board reporting uses the most recent score only. When I compare Maryland to the United States, therefore, I have to use College Board reporting because I don't have readiness reporting at the national level. We only have that for Maryland. But if the numbers look a little bit different on the Maryland rows than what you saw in the previous slide, it's because of those different reporting. Again, on the previous slide, you saw the college readiness reporting, and here you see the most recent reporting. And you see overall score for Maryland across the top row in white, compared to the national scores, again, as reported by the College Board, and then comparisons in evidence-based reading and writing, and in math, Maryland and the United States using their College Board reporting style on the final 4 rows of the table. So I'll take this down because I know it's a lot easier to have a conversation or to answer questions if everyone can see each other, although I'm happy to put it back up if anyone has questions about a specific slide or specific data point that I've showed you today.
Excellent presentation. I see Mr. Bartley, Mr. Wu, Ms. Howley, and then Ms. McCusker, and then Dr. Lee. Hope you remember the order.
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Shaw. Thanks for your presentation. I have a question beginning on slide 9 through slide 10 and 11. The student count for 2020 is 46,976. Is that number an indication of how many students in Maryland took the SAT, or is it a different number? Because I would think it would be higher.
Yes, that is a number of how many students in Maryland in that graduating class took the SAT. So if an 11th grade student took the SAT in 2020, they would not be included in that number for 2020. They will be included in next year's cohort data. So all of those student counts provided for SAT are for members of that graduating class who took the SAT, not all of the SAT tests taken in that year.
So just the students in that graduating class.
That's right.
If I'm not mistaken, Maryland has almost 1 million students, correct?
We have 900,000 something, yes. Actually a little less than that now since of the COVID.
Okay, but it's just for seniors. Okay.
It's just for seniors. Right. So and actually, as you can see, over the past 3 years, our participation rate has increased for seniors taking the test. And a lot of that is due to some of the school systems are giving it to everybody free. So a lot of students that normally hadn't had the opportunity may have taken advantage of that over the years. And that's why you see the increasing numbers in.
And then another question I have, Dr. Salmon, you went mute. But another question I have is slide number 8. It shows male versus female performance. And if I'm reading this correctly, it indicates that females are doing better on the SAT than males, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And you can actually see that in the previous slide also in slide 7, in slide 6. Yes, that's correct. Female students are participating at higher rates than their male counterparts in the same race, and female students are passing AP exams at greater rates than their male counterparts in the same race. So I said very carefully in the same race because in that slide, I can put it back up. So I'm making sure that we're all literally on the same page. But in this slide, what you are seeing is the colors are comparing, for example, in the blue, African American male students to African American female students. You can see that, for example, on the right-hand side, this is percent of graduates passing, that the blue solid line for African American female students is still well below, say, the red dashed line, which is Hispanic male students. So I want to be very careful to not say that across the board that female students are participating and succeeding in AP at higher rates than male students, because that's not necessarily true across the board. And in fact, right here on the right-hand side, again, you see that African American female students are passing at lower rates than male students in other races. So I want to be careful about the comparison that we're making here, so that we're comparing across both race and gender, and not saying that across the board female students are outperforming male students.
Is this graph an indication of the score received on the test also, or just the number of students that took it and the number of students that passed it?
Right. So the graph on the right-hand side, right, is just passing, or I'm using passing loosely, but the AP exam is scored on a scale from 1 to 5. And traditionally, a score of 3, 4, or 5 on the exam is considered passing the exam. And so the right-hand side shows the percent of students receiving a score of 3, 4, or 5 on the AP exam. And I'm saying passing as I speak, but you can see on the graphs and tables that it does indicate a score of 3 or higher.
Okay,
President Crawford, I think I was third, but I can't remember who was second in terms of your order.
Who was second?
That would be me.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. I had a question. It seems like regarding the jump in 2009, it seems like we've had a significant increase in the number of students taking AP exams in the past decade. I'm wondering if we know if that's because more schools are offering more AP courses and thus we see an increase in the number of students taking AP exams, or if that's simply because more students are choosing to take more courses and thus more exams. Do we know whether or not there's a correlation between that?
I can answer that go ahead.
I'm actually going to answer that, Dr. Shaw. And that's a really good question. Maryland has been a forerunner in students participating in AP for over 10 years, more so than any other state in the nation, because we value that program and we encourage students to take AP courses. Over the last 10 years, we have had an incredibly rigorous increase in the number of courses offered at high schools. And it varies over the counties depending on resources, as you know, we always know that occurs. And the other program that we've been championing is the equal opportunity schools. And I think you probably remember we've had a presentation on that, may have been before you were on the board, but we have been working with several school systems on increasing the numbers of underrepresented students in taking AP courses. And you see some of that reflected in these data. And actually will be more reflected in 2021 because our efforts start early in like 9th grade to try to encourage students to take the more rigorous courses. So it is really a program that we champion in Maryland, but we also, I don't want to forget to mention that we also championing the whole effort for dual enrollment, because that is another avenue for students to gain credits in community college and be ready to go on to college with a number of credits under their belt. And so those are two programs that we definitely, really push with students in the high school, because they're both ways to accelerate learning. And also for parents, in terms of dual enrollment and AP, it's a great way to save money because you have all those credits before you even get on the campus in some cases. But that's a great question. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the one thing I would add on top that shows our commitment to AP is the percent of graduates taking and passing AP exams is also now being tracked as part of our accountability system as well. And so it's a statewide effort to bring this, to highlight this, and to make sure that schools know that they are being held accountable for their graduates as well.
Very good. Ms. Howard?
Yes, my question is, first of all, thank you, Dr. Shaw. Another great presentation, and I appreciate your careful qualification of all the data. So having said that, I'm now going to ask you for qualitative, maybe not quantitative responses, which you may or may not be able to give me. As we look at this data, there are places where we see decline. We know that there's higher participation, and it doesn't seem like that is the issue, because as you look at, I'm looking at both sets of data, but as you look at advanced placement, those charts on the right-hand side seem to be relatively level versus the percentage of students taking them, which seems to be in some categories declining. So it seems that it's not the diversity of students taking it that's driving results. But then when you look at SATs, we see that there's some declines in the overall scores, but there's greater participation. So can you give me some color commentary on outcomes?
Unfortunately, I cannot. I will defer that question. The one thing, again, you said you appreciated my careful cautions about data, so I will give you another one, which is to say that these students do not represent a census of all high school test takers as well. And so it's just something to keep in mind that not every student, and also as your board colleagues have pointed out, that there are questions about student choice when it comes to this. There are issues of district policy or school policy as well. And so there's another consideration when you observe the data. But unfortunately, I cannot answer any questions about what this actually means in practice.
And I would say, Dr. Salmon, if you can, to your comment earlier about dual placement, is there a way for us to look at advanced placement and dual learning to see if the overall percentage of our students that are taking advantage of this advanced study has gone up, stayed the same? Can we combine? Do we have that other data?
Well, I can tell you, you can look at the chart. Even in the cohort numbers, you see increased participation of students taking advanced placement courses. We see that overall across the state in grades 9 12. I'm sorry, usually it's 10th grade when they start to take courses. So, it's not that we encourage students to do one or the other. It's that we encourage students to do as much or as little or as many as they want to do. Some students take both AP and are also dually enrolled in community college. Some just take AP and some just take community college. So it just varies across the counties, and it varies in terms of really what the county's philosophy is. I can tell you when I was superintendent in Talbot County, we certainly valued both programs, and we wanted students to do both programs or to experience both programs. But that's kind of a local decision about how they counsel students in terms of getting into those classes.
So, Dr. Salmon, I'm a little confused and probably need some clarification here. If I look at the slide number 3, in terms of number of exams taken, that would basically align with what you've said. We have a great increase from the numbers in 2010, and then it kind of stays around the same number. But then when I look at slide number 7, in terms of percentage of graduates taking at least one AP exam. Now, this is disaggregated by race, but I see some trend lines that are going down.
So Derek, can you explain that a little bit? And then I want to come back and make another statement about this.
Sure. So my speculation based, and I don't like to speculate, but this is a data-based speculation, is recall that that many students take more than one exam. So what you could be seeing there is that while the number of exams being taken by all students is going up, that number of exams are not spread out proportionally across students of different races, which is what you're seeing in the disaggregated table on the disaggregated trend line on the lower slide. So from a data perspective, it's possible that, again, those exams are not for students taking multiple exams, which most of them do. That you're not seeing that increase spread equally across students of different races. But again, this is based only on what I'm seeing in the same data that you're looking at, and not based on any knowledge of any school system or district practice or policy related to that.
But Dr. Schull, just again for clarification, when I look at slide number 7, I'm interpreting that there have been declines in graduates taking an AP class for Asians, Hispanics, and African Americans. The others are less, dominant, I guess, in terms of change.
Right. So you're reading the graph accurately, and what I'm saying is it is possible for disaggregated lines to go down while the total number of exams goes up.
Yes, and so from my point of view, our initiatives are to have greater participation of the number of students rather than greater number. I mean, it's nice to have greater numbers by an individual student, but we would like overall more students to take advantage of these opportunities. Dr. Salmon, you're on mute.
Sorry, that's correct. And one of the things I think you'll see with next year's data is you'll see that increased number of students, hopefully, from our work with equal opportunity schools. It won't show up until next year in 2021 data. The other thing I wanted to say is that not all school systems require students who take an AP course, require them to take the test. So there may be many more students who are actually taking AP courses that aren't reflected in these data because they're not taking the test. Again, it's a policy issue with school systems. In my county, when I was superintendent, it was required for students to take the exam. And we paid for them if they, obviously if they were not able to afford them. So those are also policy decisions that eventually can impact participation data.
So is access largely influenced by the financial picture? So some districts don't offer it for free because their finances don't provide?
Sometimes that occurs, but we used to have grants. I think Mary Gable's office actually administered them for those students that were on free and reduced meals. Had different prices for the exams, and some school systems paid for them, and some still do. So again, it depends on resources, hopefully with increased funding that's coming up through the blueprint, that can be a focus for some of the school systems. Certainly would be a worthwhile one.
Thank you.
Dr. Green.
Ms. McCusker.
Is Ms. McCusker next? Okay. Ms. McCusker, then Dr. Green. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. This was great data as always. I do have a quick question though. The SAT now has that optional extended writing portion that students can take. And do we have any data on the number of students that are opting to take that or how they're performing on that extra section?
I don't know the answer to that. We'd have to get back to you.
Dr. Green?
Dr. Shaw, I just want to say thank you for the disaggregated data, disaggregated every which way that it could be. Thank you, I appreciate that. Just a concern that Maryland, that our state over the past 3 years, well, I'm sorry, more than 3 years, we were above the other states when compared with, I can't find that slide. Anyway, it seems like for the first time that we now are below the other states in regards to that measure. And just hope that we can turn things around and start.
Are you talking, Dr. Green, are you talking about SAT data?
I think that's what I am.
Okay, well, I just wanted to be clear because we are certainly well above the majority of the country with our AP scores.
No, that wasn't it then, Dr. Salmon. I'm sorry. It showed that.
It's SAT data, I think, Dr. Green. Look at page 12.
Page 12.
Yes, that's it. I'm talking about for the 2020 cohort.
Right.
Thank you.
So again, this is data from one group of students. This is the seniors that took SAT. And so it's a different group of students. Every year, the scores can differ depending on the different group of students that are taking the SAT. It also can, also can be related to the numbers of students in that cohort that are taking the test as well. So, it is a difference. We like to see things going always up, but this is a 1 year difference. And until we see a trend line, it's very difficult to say what is impacting this. Also, it's important to know that basically, we do not, quote, teach SAT courses. We used to do that. We used to do SAT prep. Maybe some school systems still do those courses, but it has not been a major thrust, at least in terms of our preparation. We really want to focus students on AP and dual enrollment in terms of their concentration. So we'll see what it looks like next year.
I hope so, because it seems like that more students than ever participated, but that our mean score went down compared to the rest of the country. So hopefully things will improve from this point on. It was fun being above everybody else.
Thank you. We have Ms. Morrow, then Dr. Lee.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw, as always, for lots of good data to look at. I know, like for Prince George's specifically, they have put forward some attempts to get rid of obstacles like doing SAT during the school day and helping pay for AP exams, both for the farm students and also for students who are taking multiple. Just with regards to the SAT in the school day, do we know how many of our districts have done that?
Well, that's a really good question. And I think we just did a query on that. I don't know if we've had the information back yet. Dr. Williamson, do you have any updates on that?
I do. I have 13 of our districts have been offering it as a class and making it available to any students that want to take it, usually a junior class. So again, it can be a problem for this year because junior, not senior.
Right.
But I've been doing that. We asked about the last 2 years, and 20 of our districts accept their SAT scores as part of the verification for college career readiness designation, which I think also is another driver of students wanting to have a fairly good score. Because if they don't have a 3 or they don't have a 4 on their PARCC assessment or their MCAP assessment now, which we don't have a score of 4 right now, that was the qualifier for CCR or their SAT score or an AP score of 3 or higher. So it helps to motivate students to want to participate.
Thank you for that. I know last year, I think my son is class of 2021. I think they took the SAT literally like the week before schools closed down. So I know we're probably gonna have some asterisks for class of 2021, 22 with these crazy years. So, but thanks again for the breakdown, and hopefully we will continue to see growth in all those measures.
Thank you. Dr. Lee?
Okay, thanks very much, Dr. Shaw. Really interesting presentation. I just had a couple of questions and observations. On page 7, seeing the decline in almost all the populations for percent of graduates taking at least one AP, and then looking at kind of a stabilizing graph or chart for the percent of graduates passing at least one AP exam. Is it safe to conclude that it could be reflecting a better targeting of students, because it seems like nothing much has changed in the proportion of the graduates that pass, but the fact that the decline in taking the AP test has come down much more. I'm looking also at the Asian population in particular. It strikes me that perhaps it's aligning better with the students who are prepared to take the AP tests, and making sure that not students who are not ready, because I know a lot of students who took AP classes and ended up not taking the test because they didn't feel ready, or for whatever reason. And I wasn't sure also how this is seen. I don't think students have to send their AP scores to colleges until after they get accepted, so it shouldn't impact on college admissions. But I'm wondering if there's any negative consequence to taking it and scoring poorly in terms of gaining college admission. And my second question has to do with whether you have any data or observations on shifting racial ethnic identification. I just wonder, is it, how consistent is the race ethnic reporting in the College Board compared to in MSDE? Because I figure however a student kind of declares themselves in the beginning, it carries with them every grade. But over time, as they get closer to applying to college, if that's their goal, I have to say that there is oftentimes a perception of anti-Asian discrimination, and some of my Asian friends have had school counselors tell their children, if they're mixed, to not check Asian because it will disadvantage them. So I just wonder how much, if there's any option, and with the growing multicultural population, whether we're seeing some changes in self-identification due to secular trends.
So I can answer the second question.
I'm going to start with the first one, Dr. Shaw. First of all, we encourage all students, and that's what Equal Opportunity School Program is about. It's about encouraging students that may not feel like they are, quote, AP material to take an AP course, because what we know in subsequent research from the College Board is that even if a student doesn't pass the test or doesn't take the test, just the experience of being in an AP course gives them so much more preparation for college. And so we are out there encouraging. I would hope that we do not have any school systems discouraging students from enrolling in AP courses because of whatever. We're out there trying to increase the students' experiences in that arena. So that's the answer to the first question. I would hope that that is the case.
Okay, can I just clarify then, in the chart when you say percent of graduates taking at least one AP, is that, I thought that was taking a test, or are you saying that's taking a course? Because that's very concerning if it's people taking courses is going down. I was just thinking maybe it's not as concerning that they're not taking the test, but if you could clarify, are we talking
again, I don't know that we have any systems out there that have made policy decisions based on the students' whether they're enrolled or not enrolled in AP, their performance in the class would I don't think they're counseling them not to take the tests. I mean, I would certainly hope not, but not all systems, as I said before, require students to take the test. It is sometimes left up to the students to make that decision. So I don't know if I'm totally understanding what you're trying to get at.
Okay, I guess I'm saying I feel that we should definitely be encouraging students to take AP classes because I think the rigor and what you get exposed to is much better and more rigorous than what you might get otherwise. But I guess I'm trying to figure out whether this declining trend in the percent of graduates taking at least one AP, are we talking about the course or are we talking about taking the exam? I know many cases with my own kids that have taken an AP class and felt like they're not prepared to take the AP test, but it still helped them to be in the AP class.
Right.
Okay, so I guess
these are about taking the tests, not necessarily just being in the course.
Okay, so I guess I was trying to figure out whether it is a big concern that we're seeing a decline in the number of people taking the test when it doesn't seem to impact the proportion of graduates passing the test.
All right.
So I guess I don't want to see people take the test and fail because it also is demoralizing. And at that young age, sometimes it makes them feel like, oh, see, I'm not good at this, when that may not be the conclusion that one should draw.
Right. And don't forget that these exams are scored on a 1 through 5. And even a student that gets a 2, I mean, you're doing really, really good work. You're doing college work. It doesn't mean you're failing if you don't get that score that the university will count as a credit. Again, it's all in the way that we present this to students and encourage them to try things. And I don't think it's a negative if a student takes an AP course, gets a 2, and doesn't get college credit. So I think, again, in terms of what we're reporting the number of students that took the test, period. Dara, you want to elaborate on that?
No, you're completely correct in what we are reporting. The caveat to the data here is as you start to look at the disaggregations and as the numbers in the group start to get smaller and smaller, so you're not just looking at all students, but you're looking at only Asian students, or you're looking at only Hispanic male students, that again, a very small change in the percent for any of those smaller and smaller groups might not have the degree of significance, might not have a large degree of significance associated with it as well. So that's all I wanted to add from a data perspective. And to answer your second question about comparison of demographics between MSDE data and College Board data. So we can't do a one-to-one comparison with their data to say maybe last year a student reported themselves as white and this year a student is reporting themselves as Hispanic. We can't do a one-to-one comparison like that, which is why I was very careful about explaining data sources. However, within the MSDE system, students can, it's not, when you register for kindergarten, that is your designated race for the next 13 years within the MSDE system. So it is something that we can look at within our own system data, but we can't go to the College Board and say, did a student report as one thing last year and something else this year?
Okay, and there's no way to compare what they reported in MSDE versus what they're reporting in College Board?
No, we don't have that level of we don't have a one-to-one system like that with the College Board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Alley, this will be our last question, and then we're going to take our break at this point.
Thank you very much. So I just have some additional data requests maybe for a future presentation. If we could see this disaggregated by local school system, we saw that on digital online courses, for example, some school systems participated at higher rates than others, and it would be helpful to be able to see that data. And if there is a way to get some reporting on dual enrollment, it would be interesting to find out not only how many students are taking it, but what those trend lines might look like. And the final thing is, you have done this analysis of those who are taking at least one AP class, and then those that have a passing grade. I'm kind of doing the math a little bit to look at what the delta is between taking it and passing it. And it would be, I apologize for my dog. It would be helpful to just see what those trend lines are looking like as well. So, ideally we want more students taking it and more students passing it. So if you could just take and give us that graph, that would be very helpful insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Great questions. We're going to take a 30-minute break, be back at noon. We're right on schedule. Can you believe that? All righty, so we'll be back at noon. Thank you, everyone.
stop, stop. Stop, stop, stop. Stop, stop, stop. Look at that, I didn't see you back there when I came back, so I figured you. Okay, here we go. Okay. Everything is great.
Hello, Clarence.
Hi there. How are you doing, Rose?
Good.
There's Gail.
Howdy,
Clarence.
Rose. Good to see you all. I missed the face-to-face.
Yes. Very
And,
much so.
and the great food, right?
Yes.
I don't know, yesterday we didn't get anything, did we, Clarence? I think next time we do one of those, I'm gonna bring food in.
Yeah, it'll work out. We'll get there.
I was
It's
told
great to have
by
everyone.
one of the ladies that whoever it is they usually use to serve our food isn't in business or isn't serving, so
Sure.
interesting.
Weird. Thank you.
We got a lot on our plate today.
Mm-hmm. Very good discussion.
Yeah.
We're live. We'll go back when everyone comes. We will I'll read the statement and we'll enter the motion to go into executive session. But it's been a very
We're
good.
not going to do the reports first.
No, we're going into executive session and then we'll come back and do the reports.
Okay.
Mr. Crawford, I think we're live.
Yes. Yes.
Hi, Gail.
Howdy, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I just am kind of missing people.
We all are.
Yeah. Oh, me. I operate better with paper, so I end up printing a lot of this stuff out so I can mark it up and look back at it later.
I understand, and I agree with you. It's easier.
I don't function that well virtual. You're doing well?
I think so.
Just a reminder, board members, we are live streaming.
Oh, so we can't ask each other how we're doing?
No, you're fine. I just wanted to point that out.
And we'll be going live in just a minute, returning. We are broadcasting live. We'll reconvene in a little less than a minute. Okay, well, welcome everyone back. Everyone back.
Okay, just we've made an adjustment in our schedule. We'll move into executive session, and then when we return from executive session, we'll have the report outs to the state board. We'll have the legislative review, then literacy, support for older students information, and then the action on the pre-kindergarten programs. And then we will have the state board member reports update. And I think we're in good shape. Okay. All righty. At this time, I would like to read the statement that would about executive session. Pursuant to Section 3-305B7 and the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 2 appeals, consult with legal counsel and obtain advice regarding the superintendent's search, employment terms, and pending legislation, and that we would reconvene at approximately 2 p.m. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn to executive session.
So moved.
Seconded.
Senator Bates, and then I think I heard Mr. DeShields. Second. Seeing no questions, I'm going to ask Dr. Simpson to take the roll. Thank you.
Mr. Bartley. Mr. Bartley, you're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Bates.
Yes.
Mr. DeShields.
Yes.
Dr. Getty.
Yes.
Dr. Green.
Yes.
Ms. Halley.
Yes.
Dr. Lee.
Yes.
Ms. McCusker.
Yes.
Dr. Millie McCarthy. Dr. Millie McCarthy. Ms. Morrow.
Yes.
General Sumter.
Yes.
Dr. Wilcox.
Dr. Wilcox has another engagement this afternoon.
Okay, and Mr. Wu. And the same with him. He's no longer here. And President Crawford.
Yes.
The motion carried, but I don't think we got a vote from Dr. Millie McCarthy. I don't know if she hears us.
Dr. Millie McCarthy, are you able to hear me?
I'm going to take it as the motion carries.
All righty, very good. So we'll reconvene to executive session. Thank you. We're going into executive session.
I need the link.
Okay, let me find it. Let's go. So I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I couldn't find it. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay, all righty. Okay.
It's like 5 minutes. I don't have to, I just finished eating lunch.
reconvening from our executive session. If I can ask you to pull down the PowerPoint. Thank you. Okay. We are resuming our meeting. The public can access our meeting through the Town Hall live stream on the State Board Meetings website. The meeting agenda and materials are posted there. The videos are archived there as well. So welcome back. At this time, going to turn to Dr. Salmon as we have our legislative session review.
Thank you, President Crawford, and welcome back everyone to this afternoon's meeting. I'd like to introduce Mr. Zach Hands, who will give us the presentation on recent legislation. Good afternoon, Zach.
Good afternoon, Dr. Salmon and Mr. Crawford, Ms. Howley, and members of the State Board. It's good to see you all today again. I'm going to give you an update on a couple of critical pieces of legislation moving through the General Assembly, with about 20 days left to go before the session adjourns on April the 12th. Yesterday was the crossover date, and as I reviewed with you in January, this essentially means that that's the date by which bills must be approved by at least one chamber to be guaranteed consideration in the other chamber and to receive a hearing in the other chamber. So this past weekend and yesterday included quite a flurry of activity with bills passing in both the House and the Senate. You should have the weekly hearing schedule and legislative summary that shows you everything that's passed so far and its disposition. I will caution that many things have likely changed since the last time you've gotten that, as things have been progressing through the committee process and on the floor quite quickly in the last 72 hours. I wanted to give you a quick update on two bills that you previously took positions on and where those stand in the process. Senate Bill 785 on the State Board membership and qualifications. That has passed the Senate and is awaiting a hearing to be scheduled in the Ways and Means Committee in the House of Delegates. And House Bill 465, which would require the confirmation of the state superintendent by the Maryland State Senate, is scheduled for a hearing in the Senate Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee tomorrow. The letter that you all submitted in opposition to that bill was distributed with your Friday update and materials. And I believe Mr. Crawford will be testifying in opposition in person at tomorrow's hearing. In terms of new bills, I'm going to spend time today briefly discussing two particular bills that have been moving in the legislature in the recent weeks, and I'll begin with House Bill 1372. This is the blueprint for Maryland's future revisions legislation sponsored by the Speaker of the House. A large portion of this bill includes technical amendments that delay the implementation of the blueprint for Maryland's future due to the veto and the veto override. So it's oftentimes just changing 1 year to the next to update it with the year of implementation. So most of it is technical. However, there are some new requirements for county boards of education in particular, including establishing and implementing a summer school program for students to address the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on education, as well as establishing tutoring and supplemental instruction program for students in grades 4 through 12 to address learning loss also as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic on education. And that would be applicable for the 2021 and 2022 school years. The Senate Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee was contemplating further amendments to this bill as recently as 30 minutes ago. So I do not have the updated amended bill in front of me. So I won't get too much farther into that as it currently stands, because it needs to also go through the Budget and Taxation Committee later today or tomorrow. But we will continue to give further updates as the final legislation moves through the process, and we'll be able to give a fuller summary in April. You should have also received a summary of the initial bill last week that goes through what was technical corrections and what was new language in the legislation. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Mr. Bartley, I'm sorry, I didn't.
What are the effects of the new amendments and how do they relate to the Maryland State Board of Education?
I would say a majority of the amendments are technical. There is clarifying language around the authority of the Accountability and Implementation Board as it relates to a conflict between the AIB and other entities, and it would give the AIB the ability to control decision if there was a conflict between that board and other boards and entities. Most of the other corrections are technical in nature. They either update terms or dates. So I'd say that's the majority, but I don't have the full set in front of me as they were just voting on them maybe 30 minutes ago. So
is there an opportunity for public comment, study, and review of the AIB, and the AIB usurps the authority of the State Board of Education? Why wasn't there any public comment on that? Thank you.
So they discussed this in the committee process. I know a couple of senators asked questions about that particular process. It's difficult to say. This is an entity that was established in the previous blueprint bill. There have been concerns raised by this board and other entities about that in the past, but I can't speculate on why there was or was not public comment on that.
I think that given what we understand about some of the amendments, especially with respect to authorities of the AIB, I think this is an area where we need to look at the amendments, but also go on record with our concerns and opposition in terms of the impact on, and I think we lose sight of this. This whole thing is all about the impact on children. So I think we want to look at this, but I think we also want to hear in this public forum is to express significant concern with the bill in terms of the basic educational issues. I think we generally are in agreement with that. More help for early childhood. Those things make good sense. Could you do them differently? Yeah, we could. But where we have our major concern is really with the AIB, the authorities that the AIB has, and their ability to function with little to no public feedback or oversight. So I think a lot of the questions have been raised about whether, the state board has exercised its authorities and the like, and had public feedback. This group will have even less. So I think we need to go on record with that. I think, Zach, if you would keep us posted as to when we finally have a final bill, so that we can, when we submit our comments, it will be comprehensive. We will know exactly at least what's in it. And then we would be in a position to comment. But I do want to make that comment on the record right now in a public setting about our concerns about the authorities of the AIB. And again, I can speak for myself. I believe I speak for the board. The reason why I'm here is to try to help children. I mean, that's it. I'm not interested in public office. I'm not trying to leverage this experience for another job. I'm 69 years old. I'm 69 and a half if you do it like with kids. I'm 69 and a half years old. I've just come through my second life-threatening type illness in a decade. I'm here for one simple thing, help children. And having spent time with each of you, I know that is exactly where you are. So when we raise the concerns from the board, it's around how do we help educate children in the state of Maryland and give them the best possible start in a career, whether that's going to college or going right into work. But we want our children to be successful. So when we write our statement, we're going to make sure that's part of it as well. Our focus is real simple. Help children be successful. And especially the ones that have been struggling, historically been struggling. How do we close this gap? How do we help them be successful? Because we're talking about impacting people for a lifetime. This is not just for a day or a year. We're impacting people for a lifetime. So, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be on a soapbox. Let me now open it up to anybody else that would wish to comment on this bill or the other bills or anything else that we've heard. Ms. Allen.
Yes, I recognize that this bill has substantially left the station, so I'm offering this for the public record and speaking to my fellow public servants and the education community. Now, depending on your point of view, these may be positive or negative things, and I'm going to try and keep them to just factual things, and you can make your own interpretations. The AIB has subpoena power. They are not subject to the normal procurement and personnel regulations as other government bodies, and they have financial authority to withhold funds if they don't see that the operations in the local school systems are to their liking. They also, with this amendment, have the ability, if there's a difference of opinion between the state board and the AIB, their opinion will be the ruling opinion. That's in contrast to the balance of power that is the tradition of the State Board of Education. So we have opportunities for public comment at the beginning of all of our meetings. Anyone who wants to speak has 3 minutes to speak, and we do take their comments into consideration. In addition, any regulation is published, and we receive comments from all different types of stakeholders, review all of that comments before any regulation gets finalized. And beyond that, if there are disagreements in the education community, it still can go before the Administrative Executive Law Review and can be modified or halted at that point. As we've gone through the tumultuous times of COVID, we've seen that because there's a balance of power between what can be done centrally and what the local authority is that we have to respect. The department has set up guardrails for people to operate within, respecting local authority. Depending on your point of view, you wanted the state to have more authority and to force the locals to do certain things. And in some local jurisdictions, you wanted the state to recognize that the locals know their populations better and would be better positioned to come up with local strategies and implementation plans. That balance between the local and the central authorities is going to be a challenge for the AIB because they will have absolute authorities and it will be a different kind of operating environment. Some will think that's better because execution may be simplified, and some may think that's worse because their local voice may not be as strong as they would like it to be. As we move forward to have an AIB, I would encourage those that are in positions of nominating and setting up that group to set up a system where the voice of the Board of Education and the department are respected. There's been a lot of comments in the press from those in Annapolis questioning the competency, the effectiveness of the state board. All of the members of our board are confirmed by the Senate, so they have an opportunity to look at our qualifications to serve, and everybody passed their scrutiny in terms of being qualified to serve. I've been very impressed with the diligence of the members on this committee because it is a substantial time commitment that is done as a volunteer, and I found everyone to be diligent in exercising their duties. I would ask that our fellow public servants in Annapolis respect our service, and that they convey that respect to the community and to those that are on the AIB.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Parker.
I think that the State Board of Education is in the best possible position to carry out the initiatives of the current commission and the new law enacted in relation thereof. I think the AIB should be in a position to help facilitate but no authority over the State Board of Education. And having two entities carrying out the same thing with the potential and real conflict is not in the best interest of the students of the state of Maryland. The State Board of Education was enacted and has been effective for over 100 years. To take away any authority from the State Board of Education or the effective implementation of the Curling bill is, again, not in the best interest of Maryland students. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Well, Zach, again, thank you very much. We appreciate your work. I value your counsel. You have great counsel. And again, thank you for everything. Keep us posted so we'll know exactly how to proceed with this particular bill. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
But Sam, I guess it's time now to move on to our next item, which is the literacy support for older students, tab G. This is an information and discussion item. It was an action, I believe, from our last board meeting. Questions were raised. So we'll turn it back to you.
Well, thank you, President Crawford, and you did a very good cue set for this. So I'm going to just turn it over to our presenters and invite Cecilia Rowe. Good afternoon, Cecilia. Please present your PowerPoint.
Okay, I believe I'm presenting now. Can you see it?
Yes, everything's fine.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that. Well, good afternoon, Dr. Salmon and members of the board. I'm really happy to be with you this afternoon. The purpose of today's presentation, as Dr. Crawford said, is to share with you the support that MSD has been giving to local school systems for supporting older students with literacy, and that was a reflection of some discussion from the last board meeting. So there are different ways of supporting students based upon age, and supporting older students with reading deficits is different from the way we support students in kindergarten through grade 3. Third grade is the final year when the focus is on teaching students how to read. Beginning in third grade, the shift is to teach students to read to learn. So in order to support students who have difficulty with reading in kindergarten through grade 2, the focus needs to be on screening students to predict reading success and to identify those students who are at risk for having reading difficulties. However, for students in grade 3 and above who are reading but may not be reading on grade level, the emphasis changes to one of diagnosing the actual deficits rather than screening for risk. So for students above grade 3 who are reading below grade level, there are two components to look at: decoding and language comprehension. Decoding includes phonics and phonemic awareness, and language comprehension includes word meaning and vocabulary. If a student is having reading difficulties, one or both of these areas are weak. So it's really important to determine which of these, or both, are the root cause of the student's reading difficulties, and then to dig deeper into the individual skills deficits that are the area of weakness. If the student is weak in either of these areas, the ability to read and understand text, especially complex text, will be minimal, and we know from research that as much as half of the curriculum in school after third grade will be incomprehensible to students with reading difficulties. So reading is a true equity issue, and reading failure can lead to grade retention, dropouts, limited employment, and other opportunities. This slide shows what school systems must do to support older students with reading deficits. As I stated previously, the focus changes from the younger students to the older students and goes from a focus on screening to determine students at risk to a focus on diagnosing reading deficits, and that means diagnosing deficits in decoding as well as in comprehension. Just as with younger students, supplemental instruction must be provided, and it must be aligned to the student's needs using a multi-tiered system of support, or MTSS. MTSS is a process for all grade levels and uses data to assess student needs and provides them with supplemental instruction and interventions through coordinated tiers of support. The higher the tier, the greater the student need for support. The overarching goal of MTSS is to provide the appropriate support to all students based upon their needs in order to help all students to achieve success with grade level outcomes. If the school system finds that the student's deficit is in the area of comprehension, this slide shows the support that is provided. A student whose comprehension deficits are mild can be addressed as part of differentiation in the classroom. And the classroom instruction is the core instruction, and it's considered tier 1 in MTSS. If the comprehension deficit is more severe, the student would need supplemental instruction based upon the student needs. And that would be in addition to the core or tier 1 instruction. And so that could be tier 2 or tier 3 supplemental instruction and a multi-tiered system of support. In either case, the child would always remain in the core curriculum or tier 1 so that he or she doesn't fall further behind peers or grade level instruction. If the school system finds that the student's deficit is in decoding, which even for older students can include phonics and phonemic awareness, this is a more severe reading deficit and can't be addressed through tier 1 differentiation in the classroom because decoding is not part of grade level core curriculum beyond grade 3. Therefore, the student would need supplemental instruction for decoding that is age appropriate and aligned to the student's level of deficit. The age appropriateness of the supplemental instruction is particularly important. Depending upon the severity of the deficit, the student could receive the supplemental instruction in tier 2 or tier 3. Again, in either case, the child will always remain in the core curriculum, the tier 1 instruction. This is a diagram that demonstrates the MTSS process. The blue is a data collection or a data analysis point. For the older student, green indicates that the student is on track and on grade level and making appropriate progress. Red indicates that the student is not reading on grade level, and yellow indicates supplemental instruction or intervention and a multi-tiered system of support. The higher the tier, as I said previously, the more severe the deficit and the more support the student needs. As you can see in this diagram, constant data collection through progress monitoring is important to determine if the instruction being provided is appropriate to meet the needs of the students. Students should always remain, and I keep saying that because it's so important, students should always remain in the core or tier 1 curriculum, and tiers 2 and 3 should always be supplemental. Students should be moved between tiers based upon data indicating need and constant progress monitoring. Even in the core curriculum, differentiation should be provided based upon data, and that can come from formative assessment, diagnostic assessments, and any other data available to the teacher or to the school. So, I want to share with you a little information about the Striving Readers Comprehensive Literacy Grant that we received in 2017. In 2017, MSD applied for and was awarded $45 million over 4 years through the federal grant. The grant was implemented statewide in 2018, and all 24 local school systems applied for and received grant funding. MSD purposefully wanted all 24 local school systems to receive grant funding because we wanted to align literacy instruction across the entire state, not just in select school systems. And we had never had a statewide literacy grant prior to receiving this one. So in order to receive grant funding, all the local school systems had to submit an application with the priorities that you see on this slide. So those priorities included the fact that all local school systems or subgrantees must implement the grant based upon a birth to grade 12 alignment. So that means that local school systems need to develop a collaborative relationship with early child care providers because those are not generally part of the local school system. Local school systems must also give priority for grant funds to disadvantaged populations and use evidence-based strategies and programs. So if a local school system decided not to implement the grant in all of the schools across the system, and some of them did, then they needed to give priority to those schools that had disadvantaged populations and needed additional support in literacy for growth. This is a picture of the keys of the Maryland Keys to Comprehensive Literacy. Prior to the implementation of the grant, the MSTE English Language Arts Office conducted a statewide needs assessment for literacy in order to determine the foci of the grant. Even before we knew if we were going to be awarded the grant, we were committed to moving forward with literacy and to develop a statewide comprehensive literacy plan. So we gathered a stakeholder group together that included local school system English language arts supervisors, early childhood supervisors, Title I staff, librarians, reading specialists, and even included professors from the University of Maryland. And this group developed our statewide comprehensive literacy plan originally in 2017. It is on our website and it's been updated, and a copy of the 2020 version of the plan has also been provided to each of you today. And I want to call your attention to what we call the Maryland Keys to Comprehensive Literacy. This document is over 80 pages, and the stakeholder group identified these key areas that needed to be in place in order to improve literacy across the state. And we decided to call them the Keys to Comprehensive Literacy as a tribute to our famous Marylander Francis Scott Key, but we also felt that the key was an appropriate symbol for what we were doing. The plan also includes a quote from another famous Marylander, Frederick Douglass, who stated, "Once you learn to read, you will be forever free." And certainly research does back that statement up. So the 6 keys that we have are instructional leadership, strategic professional learning, continuity of standards and evidence-based instruction, comprehensive system of assessments, tiered instruction interventions, and family and community partnerships. The first 5 of those keys existed in the 2017 version of our plan. The 6th one, family and community partnerships, was added later because we recognized as we continued to implement the grant that that was a key that really needed to be front and center as well. So we added an additional section to include a 6th key. And as part of the grant requirements, local school systems also had to conduct a needs assessment of their own, and they had to develop their own local comprehensive literacy plan that had to be aligned to the state's plan and include all of these same keys. This is a graph that shows statewide secondary achievement growth since we got the grant in 2017. It ends in 2019 because, as you know, we didn't do statewide testing in 2020 due to the pandemic. And as you can see, over the course, we implemented the grant statewide in 2018. We received it in 17, implemented it statewide in 2018. So as you can see, over the course of that time in 2018 and 19, we did receive substantial growth on the secondary level. The next slide is going to share with you student groups. Okay, so this may be a little bit difficult for you to read, but African Americans or Black students are in red, Hispanic or Latino students of any race are in blue, students with disabilities are yellow, students with limited English proficiency are green, and they're grouped by grade level. So the far side to your left would be grade 6, then 7, then 8, and then 10, because we don't give a state assessment for grade 9. And you can see this is showing growth. So you can see all of these student groups also received group, not just all students in the entire state. So we're pretty proud of the growth we've made. Certainly we can't 100% say that all of this is due to the Striving Readers Grant, but absolutely the Striving Readers Grant contributed to this growth. I want to talk to you a little bit about local school system implementation of the grant. 17 local school systems hired additional literacy staff, and that included literacy coaches, coaches for English learners, reading specialists, master teachers, resident master teachers, and instructional data specialists. 18 local school systems actually purchased evidence-based interventions and or curricula and or professional learning programs. And you can see in the second bullet on this slide some of the programs that they purchased. This certainly does not include all of them, but these were ones that were purchased by more than one school district. 6 local school districts also provided databases of literacy resources to individual schools on their websites. This slide shows you what we have done on the state level for secondary support. And I already explained the state comprehensive literacy plan, as well as the requirement for locals to develop their own literacy plan. We also have been supporting and monitoring the comprehensive grants implementation in all of the local school systems. We visited every single school system in the state in 2018 and 19, and we even visited some schools, which was very exciting when we got the opportunity to do that. We've been using that information from those visits to continue to provide support to local school systems. And in addition to that, we are right now working on determining needs with multi-tiered systems of support within local school systems. And we are developing an updated MTSS framework and resources on the state website. MSE does have an existing framework that was dated back from 2008, and it was a multi-divisional publication, but we are updating that currently and doing another needs assessment to determine where we need to address local needs. We are also providing a database of evidence-based English language arts instructional materials through the Curricular Support Materials Initiative, also known as the CSM. You may be familiar with that. The CSM actually gathers evidence-based ratings of instructional materials from national ratings such as EdReports, What Works Clearinghouse, Evidence for ESSA. But we also are convening local Maryland educators to add additional ratings that are not included in the local ratings. And those additional ratings were identified by our local school system supervisors in our core content areas. This is some professional learning that we have been doing across the state as a result of the Striving Readers Grant, which has helped to support this, but a lot of this we do anyway, and we have been doing anyway across many, many years. So you will see that in 2019, we held a literacy summit, and we also held a 2-day workshop for literacy coaches. Even though only 17 school districts use their grant funds to fund literacy coaches, every school system in the state has literacy coaches of some sort. And so that 2-day workshop was available to all 24 local school systems who have literacy coaches. And they go by different names. In many cases, it could be the reading specialist. But all of the school systems could send literacy coaches to that 2-day workshop. And we've done some follow-up training with literacy coaches since that time as well. We have also done some on-site support visits before the pandemic hit, and we've been doing more virtual kinds of support with all the local school systems since then. We are planning additional support visits now that we're starting to come out of the pandemic and the schools are opening again. So we're hoping to do some of those in person, and we're already starting to schedule those. In addition, in 2020, we asked English language arts supervisors to gather a team of 6 people of their choosing. And with those teams, we provided a variety of professional learning, and some of those are shown in the 4th bullet on this slide. We provided professional learning to those teams on the science of reading, on supporting disadvantaged populations, and on equity, and on social emotional learning, or SEL. We've also provided professional learning to school-based staff of schools identified for target supported improvement, or TSI schools. And we invited central office to attend as well. And that professional learning included workshops in English language arts instruction, as well as MTSS implementation. And throughout the whole life of the grant, we have provided professional learning through conference presentations, and also through an adolescent literacy program that we have been running statewide called Reading Apprenticeship. I want to dig a little deeper for a minute into Reading Apprenticeship. Adolescent literacy, I'm sorry, I thought I skipped a slide. So adolescent literacy, the Reading Apprenticeship program, we began in 2018. It is a professional learning program that is for school interdisciplinary teams. So we advertise this for school-based interdisciplinary teams in middle school and high school. And we also invited central office staff to attend. And we have been providing this training starting in 2018, summer, fall, winter, constantly throughout the last 3 to 4 years. And the reason we chose Reading Apprenticeship is because it's rated as an evidence-based level 1, and that's the highest level of evidence you can have. It's strong evidence. And many of you probably know that trying to find a professional learning program that has any evidence rating at all, let alone a level 1 evidence rating, is very, very difficult. So we're very excited about that. Also, it has an interdisciplinary approach, and research certainly shows that an interdisciplinary approach for reading across, at a minimum, English language arts, science, and social studies has the best growth for students. It was also identified by the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, or CASEL, as a CASEL Select program for social emotional learning. And we have trained teachers statewide in every local Maryland school system across the state, on the state level. In addition, many of our local school systems have supplemented the reading apprenticeship training that we're offering at the state level, and they have used their Striving Readers funds to actually offer reading apprenticeship training of their own and are doing system-wide implementation. One of the school districts that's doing system-wide implementation is Washington County. And I want to share this with you because Washington County participated in a pilot, and they piloted in South Hagerstown High School. They chose South Hagerstown High School because it's the most urban school with the highest percentage of students in poverty. And in the pilot, they had 60 students from South Hagerstown who participated. 30% were special education students and 40% were minority students. And these students were part of an interdisciplinary reading class for English, science, social studies, and included a reading interventionist. As a result of that pilot, they saw growth in all student groups. They saw increased student engagement. They saw changes in teacher practice, including an increase in progress monitoring, teacher awareness of student difficulties, willingness to support students, student-led discussion, interdisciplinary literacy instruction, and teacher collaboration. All of those increased with the implementation of this pilot in Washington County. They also did another pilot of 17 EL students who showed an average change of 152 points in growth, with the student making the most growth at 481 points and the least at 11 points. So that was also very exciting data that they shared with us. This shows a graph of the Washington County-wide growth. Once they finished the pilot and saw the wonderful results of the pilot, they implemented it countywide. This is the results of the county-wide implementation. The blue indicates mainstream students and the percent of growth. The orange indicates students with disabilities and the percentage of growth. And you can see every school where reading apprenticeship was implemented shows significant growth in both of those groups. All of them had, except for North High, the first one to the far left, showed the greatest growth with their students with disabilities. But all of them, it's just wonderful results and wonderful data. So areas of, I'm sorry. So area of focus, we are supporting, I think my slide just, I don't know if I'm double clicking or what I'm doing. So we are continuing to support reading apprenticeship in Maryland, and we are continuing to support the grant and to support literacy throughout the state. And some of that is through additional programs and implementation of additional processes that we're putting in place. Certainly, we've had a lot of success through reading apprenticeship, but that program addresses comprehension deficits. And you may remember that I shared with you the research regarding reading deficits for secondary students. Comprehension is only one part of that. So students who have deficits in decoding have to also be supported. So we need a program to support deficits in decoding as well. And again, I want to remind you that decoding includes phonemic awareness and phonics, those kinds of things that also can contribute to lack of reading success for secondary students as well. So in order to support secondary students with decoding deficits, the language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling has been put into place statewide by the state, by MSTE, and we've offered it for elementary and early childhood teachers on teaching foundational skills such as phonics and phonemic awareness. But Letters also has a training for secondary teachers to teach decoding that is also age appropriate. And we are going to be offering that on the state level starting this summer to secondary teachers and local school system English language arts supervisors statewide. We're also training 2 cohorts of educators in local school systems to actually become facilitators of letters training. And for sustainability, we are hoping to have at least one trained letters facilitator in each local school system. If a local is using an in-house facilitator, it will be much more cost effective than training additional teachers with letters and hiring letters facilitators. So for our first cohort of facilitator training, we already have 50 educators enrolled, and we're going to run a second cohort later on this year. And we're going to continue the professional learning we offer statewide. We're also planning on including implementation of MTSS in the professional learning that we're offering, as well as science of reading and SEL. We're going to continue to offer those things. And we're also continuing to identify and develop additional resources, including updating the MTSS framework document. We also intend to support locals with strategic use of the additional federal and state funding target that will be released soon, and that will support identification of evidence-based strategies and programs and tutoring programs and additional support that we can provide to locals in the strategic use of that funding. So in summary, for this presentation, we're really excited about a lot of the gains we've made with the Striving Readers program and with the literacy support that we provided to the local school systems. But we also recognize that we need to continue that support, and we can't forget to focus on our secondary students in our local school systems who have reading deficits, as well as our elementary students. And we absolutely are committed to do that beyond the life of the Striving Readers grant. So I don't know if anybody has any questions.
So a very good, very informative presentation and very encouraging. If I can ask you to take your slide down.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do that right now.
Okay, well, I'm no help to you on that.
Okay.
And we'll then open it up for questions or comments from our board. Very encouraging. And the question I have is, the results from Washington County impressive. What do you need to make this happen across the state? You know, is there anything that you need from the board or support or whatever? How do we realize these kinds of gains across the state? And now, just as you're thinking about that, I'll open this up to any of the other board members. We have Ms. Morrow, but why don't you start if you have any thoughts along those lines, or you can come back to us.
Well, actually, President Crawford, I was just going to interject that Cecilia and her team have really done a great job with the whole area of professional development across the board. And people tend not to think about it as being, you know, oh, it's just professional development, but it is the way that we spread the good news. And what you just asked was about Washington County. Well, that's something we share as a best practice. And hopefully other superintendents are looking at that program and saying, wow, they've had this kind of result. We need to do this. And I know that Cecilia and her professional development group do that kind of sharing and encourage that. And I'm going to allow her to add on to that because I'm sure she has some other things that she'd like to say.
Well, and what Dr. Salmon is absolutely true. I actually was the person who implemented the academies back during Race to the Top. I actually came to MSTE, and that was my first job at MSTE. And I learned from that when we were implementing those academies, we did not expect local school systems necessarily to model what we were doing. We were trying to roll out the Common Core and best practices aligned to the Common Core. And one of the side effects of that we learned, and we actually built upon after that, was that what we were presenting on the state level then got modeled at the local level, especially with some of our smaller districts. And we were training facilitators throughout the state in those academies. And so all of our local school systems had facilitators that we had trained during Race to the Top. So basically, I expanded on that knowledge and on what we did back then when we rolled out the Striving Readers grant. And I'm director who oversees English language arts, but as Dr. Salmon said, I also oversee professional learning and Title II. And so one of the reasons why we put professional learning as one of our keys is because you're not going to get fidelity of implementation if you're not doing the professional learning as well. because teachers won't implement the strategies with fidelity if they don't know how to do it. And there's a lot of research behind that. And that's one of the kudos we actually got from US Ed when we applied for this grant, that they liked our strong focus on professional learning. So yes, we did implement reading apprenticeship across the state, hoping that districts would take that as a model and implement it themselves. And Washington County is not the only state that did it. They're just the only ones that participated in that pilot. There are other districts that did it, and other districts are having success with it. But because of our statewide implementation, we also have teachers trained in this process in every district. So we will, even beyond the grant, continue this and continue to support this, as well as the letters training that we're doing, which deals with the phonemic awareness piece of it, the phonics piece of it, and the decoding piece of it. Both of those two pieces are so important for secondary students. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes. I'll try to give Ms. Morrow and then Ms. Halley an opportunity to ask questions, please.
Thank you for the presentation. A lot of information there, and I think it's really helpful for us to see how this is all being implemented. I had one question. So there's timelines in the back of the Keys to Comprehensive Literacy packet. How much of this work has been able to kind of continue in your anticipated timeline, and how much would you say kind of should add a year because of our COVID closures?
You know, we have been able to continue it even with the COVID closures. We're still Reading Apprenticeship actually developed a virtual component, and we invited not only teachers who had never had been trained in Reading Apprenticeship, but also teachers who had already been trained in it, but not in a virtual version, to participate in that. And that was wonderful. We ran that all summer long last year. We ran letters trainings all summer long last year. So yes, COVID has been a bit of a setback, and certainly there's a lot of things we would have done this year that we weren't able to do. But in spite of that, we were able to do a lot. And I really don't feel that we're that far behind the timeline as a result of COVID. I will say that the locals do have, they have had an issue with rolling out some of their plans with the Striving Readers Funds. And we are asking US Ed for another year's extension, more for their sake than for our sake. But we will absolutely continue doing it statewide, because there are a number of districts who, because of COVID, just are not going to be able to spend all of their funds by September 30th of this year. We reached out to US Ed about that, and they were very receptive to it. They said they understood, and they invited us to apply. So right now we're in the process of creating that application for another no-cost extension for the coming year. It would start on October 1st of this year and run through September of next year.
Thank you.
Ms. Halley?
Thank you for that terrific presentation and for your hard work on this topic. I'm really excited by what you've been able to accomplish. And I think this is a great grant example of how you can really make a difference with these kinds of funds. So forgive me because I have multiple questions. One is a simple one is on slide 10. You said it was 6th, 7th, 8th, and 10th grade. And we see the progression from 6th, 7th, and 8th, either that we're gaining or, making modest traction. But then in certain groups, I see in grade 10, they look like they've had a decline. I'm looking at the Hispanic and the limited English proficient bars for grade 10 look like they've gone down versus their 8th grade cohort.
Well, all of those bars are showing growth, so they're all showing the scores going up. But you're right, grade 10 has not made as much growth as the other grades, and that's across the board. With everything, when you look at all the grade 10 data and disaggregate it, they have made growth, but they haven't made the amount of significant growth that the middle schools have made. So we are focusing on grade 10 right now.
And so when I look at this, I recognize it's a snapshot in time that these grade 10 readers, I don't know if they got the intervention when they were in grade 6 or they've only had the intervention for 1 year. So could you help me understand how long have these students benefited from this intervention?
Well, the 2018 is when we started rolling out reading apprenticeship. And the last year, so those scores are showing the growth from 2017 prior to us implementing it to 2019, the last year that we had it. So it would have only shown 2 years. It would have shown 18 and 19 growth.
Well, I hope you'll come back and be able to show us trend as students move through the experience, how they've progressed. Then I have a question about comprehensive school improvement, the CSI schools. Do they get access to these kinds of interventions as well?
Oh, absolutely. We invite all school systems and all schools to participate in it. We don't exclude anyone. We are targeting TSI though right now because CSI schools have a lot of support through Title I and through our Office of School Improvement. But TSI schools have not had a lot of support. So for the last 2 years, we've really been trying to target our professional learning toward TSI schools as one of the areas that we want to support. And we are actually planning another series of TSI workshops like the last week of June. We're hoping to roll it out. And that won't just be for literacy, that'll be across the board.
Right, and then also there's lots of funding coming in that's COVID related. Are there any specific things that you'll be doing with additional funds you receive through the COVID monies?
Well, I would love to receive some additional funds through COVID money. I'm not sure how that's going to be allocated, but absolutely we're going to be providing support to the locals for how they can use those funds strategically. I haven't received information yet as far as what we would receive for the English office on the state level.
So a lot of, Ms. Talley, just to clarify that information, again, I think I mentioned yesterday that we'll be bringing to you some of the plans that we have for the state set-aside money, and some of it will be wrapped around professional development, so we can hopefully address that at our next meeting.
Well, and I'd also look at it and say there's state money and then there's local money, and you might be needing to do a little marketing to your local partners to say that there's good things you can do if they want to allocate some of their funds. Commercial message. And then my last thing is in terms of charter schools and private schools that serve Title II students, do they also have access to these resources?
I think you mean Title I students. Title II is professional learning.
Yeah, I'm saying, can they use Title II funds that they get when they're?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. As a matter of fact, Title I funds can be used for professional learning as well.
And so they can use these programs as well.
Absolutely.
How do they know that it's available?
We do a lot of advertising statewide. We meet with the supervisors. We've been meeting with the supervisors monthly since COVID happened. Really, in the first few months of COVID, we were meeting with them weekly. And we have a newsletter that we put out a couple of times a month, and it goes to all the principals of all the schools in the state, as well as anybody who wants to sign up to get it. And we are always sharing information on the professional development that we're offering. We also posted any new offerings that we're doing in the superintendent's bulletin, so the superintendents can disseminate it throughout their school systems. And we also share it with the assistant superintendents of instruction at the monthly meetings that we have with them.
Terrific. I love your communication plan. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Aren't you called over?
Senator Bates and then Dr. Green.
Just a comment. This is really exciting. I find it interesting that everything old is new again. My mother-in-law taught actually in one-room schools in Kentucky, and phonics and all of that was such a part of the process then. I'm glad to see that we're focusing on things that really make a difference. So thank you very much. Really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. I remember that. I remember teaching English and reading during those days and having to close my door to teach what I knew was right.
Dr. Green.
This is exciting. I love it when our children are being taught how to read properly, especially our older students. I had a question. When did your MTSS start? I mean, when do you think we can start seeing results in those test scores?
Wow. We have a stakeholder group that we put together right now. So right now we're working on creating or revising the MTSS framework for literacy. And then once we get it revised, and MTSS, as you know, is multi-content. It's not just literacy, but right now we're focusing on literacy because we really want to put it out as a support document to go with the new COMAR that we presented to you last week. And so that is going to be released hopefully soon. I have a stakeholder group that's been working on that. And once we get that released, then we're going to take that document, create a different stakeholder group to just work on revising that 2008 MTSS framework that was created back then. And we will start with this document that we're creating to support the COMAR. That will be our basis, and we'll expand that then to replace the previous 2008 document.
Okay, you mentioned 2 programs. As part of the task force on achieving academic equity and excellence for Black boys, we are recommending that proven programs be used. Specifically, we were talking about math. Is there any reason, and I guess this might come from you also, Dr. Salmon, that we couldn't specify or highlight the reading apprenticeship program or the letters program in our report as well?
No, I think that's a great idea. Again, these are the highest evidence-based programs, and that's certainly what we want to be promoting. And as I said to you before in our prior discussions, I think a lot of those recommendations will help strengthen that you're going to come back to us with in April are going to help strengthen some of the work we've already laid a framework for. So I think they'll be helpful to add those details.
Okay. And one last question in regards to, and I think someone just asked that, the good things that are happening in Washington County. Again, this is something that we want to do with the task force. We want to start with pilot schools. How many schools are you piloting in Washington County?
Well, they only piloted in one school, but they piloted 2 groups. They piloted mainstream students and students with disabilities, and then they piloted EL students. And I'm not sure if that was in the same school or not. And then after that, they expanded it to 6 different schools. So now they're in 6 different schools, middle and high school, mixtures, middle and high school.
And just Washington County, no other counties? Or?
Oh, no, there are other counties doing it. Like, for instance, I came from Baltimore County. Baltimore County used Striving Readers funds to implement reading apprenticeship countywide as well. They didn't do a pilot. They jumped in with both feet, trying to train all of the teachers in the state. So they did it a little differently. So I didn't have the data for them that I had for Washington County, which is why I shared Washington County with you. There are a couple of other districts who have also used some of their Striving Readers funds to purchase it. Not as many as I would like, but I do know that on the state level with our implementation, we do have teachers trained across every school system. It would be nice to have more, but.
And reading apprenticeships, again, that's recommended for what grades?
It's secondary, so it's 6 through 12. It's an interdisciplinary approach for English, social studies, and science.
And how about for letters?
Letters has 2 different trainings. One is the one we implemented last summer and we're still implementing. And we implemented it for early childhood as well as elementary teachers. And its focus is on decoding, phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, that kind of thing. And then starting now, it's rolling out now, they have a separate program for training secondary teachers in how to deal with reading deficits for decoding, because that's the area that secondary teachers have the most difficulty with. There aren't a lot of programs out there for decoding, especially when you're talking about a student who is a high school student or even a middle school student who can't read. You don't want to put a baby text in front of them. So doing that kind of age appropriateness is, there's not a lot out there, but letters is one of the things that is out there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I was just going to say, Dr. Green, that's, what we'll try to do is to, I know we have the information. If we can identify the systems that are already using some of these programs, it might be helpful to the task force.
Excellent. Thank you. Please.
I will mention that there are a lot of school systems implementing letters, right? A lot more than are implementing reading apprenticeship.
Dr. Millie McCarthy.
Hi, thank you for that wonderful presentation. I do have a question though, in terms of, does the department have a list of programs that are offered for school districts that have a certain level of evidence base. So instead of just offering one program offered by one company, is there a menu of highly recommended, highly researched programs that the task force can use? I just worry about recommending one program.
Right. Dr. Molly McCarthy, that is something that, we've got so many things going on. It's hard. It's like broadband. It's hard to remember to tell you about all the things we're doing.
Yeah.
We did make a presentation, and I'm not sure if you were on the board. I think you were, about the curriculum website that we have now that actually does, and I think Cecilia talked about it earlier in the presentation, it actually has a list of all the evidence-based programs. So all the ones that are from Ed Week, all the vetting folks that do those. And it's available to everybody. It's on the website. And perhaps, Cecilia, if you could send me a link to that, I will send it to Dr. Green and Dr. Millie McCarthy, and also board members to take a look at all of the things that are on that and how they're ranked and listed. That was what we'll call a labor of love to put that together. So we'll definitely send that out to the board, but also for the task force. And you can see it's very descriptive and definitive about which things work the best with which groups of people. So thanks for bringing that to our attention. So
I love that. Thank you.
Is that just for reading, or you have it for reading and math?
It's for, well, Cecilia, give them another little nugget again of that whole program.
It's for, we started out with English language arts and mathematics, and right now we're adding science to it. So we partnered with Ed Reports, and we have all of the Ed Reports ratings, and that's updated weekly. We have a direct feed to Ed Reports. So all of the Ed Reports ratings, and they have also started rating science materials as well. So all of that is there. In addition, we've been working with Dr. Shaw's office, and we've been trying to cross-reference where you have evidence-based levels rated from like West Forks Clearinghouse and Evidence for ESSA. So we've added those. And the other thing that we're doing is we've been bringing together Maryland educators from all over the state to actually take a look at instructional materials and programs and actually rate them based upon rubrics and rating materials that we developed. And we also worked with WestEd to develop some of that. We hired them to help us, support us with that. We developed it ourselves, but they were our support. And those are things that our local school system supervisors in English, math, social studies, and science said that they wanted rated. So for example, differentiation is one of them. Ed Reports doesn't necessarily rate for differentiation. Another one is equity. We are the first ones in the nation to actually start rating materials for equity. So we're kind of proud of that too. Now other places are doing it as well, but we were the first. So there's a lot of other factors that aren't rated by some of these national organizations that we are having our local educators go in and do those ratings. And it's exciting. It's a lot of work.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. I just wanted to tell you what a great presentation I thought that was. And I'm so happy that you have brought to the general public the fact that trying to teach older students how to read is very different from how we teach the little ones how to read, and that you're showing them why, and that we're doing it differently in the older grades. And I really love that you're highlighting the interdisciplinary approach, because reading isn't just about reading to do just reading class. We read in everything that we do, and in all of the coursework that we take, and in all of the things that we do in life. And when we teach our older students that reading happens across everything in life, they understand the importance of it and can dig into it a little bit differently. And I'm just really glad that you brought all that to the forefront for the public to see. And it was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
My last comment is, don't forget the parents. Because one of the things that as parents learn that something's working and they have a child that's struggling, math, science, whatever, and give them ammunition to go back to their local superintendent and boards and ask, why can't we have it? Why can't we have it?
Good advice.
Yeah. Thank you much.
Thank you, Cecilia. Good job today.
Thank you.
Okay. All righty, so we're now going to the Code of Maryland Regulations.
Thank you, President Crawford. We're ready for Mary to come back on and talk about the pre-K regulations today. So Mary, would you join us and please review these? I also want to give another shout out to Dr. Lee for giving us some edited things from that regulation. Again, she's a careful reader and thinker, and we do appreciate having that in advance. And all of the board members have had a new copy since that, and you should have received that in your email. So again, thanks to Dr. Lee, and back to Mary. Mary, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. Today we're going to take a look at COMAR 13A. 0.06.02, which is pre-kindergarten programs, and COMAR 13A 0.08.01, general regulations. These two regulations are coming before you for permission to publish. I want to, given our conversation this morning, given your recent conversation when you reviewed legislation, just to clarify and reinforce, these are COMAR regulations. We've talked about waivers to the U.S. Department of Education. We've talked about waivers for graduation requirements, and we've talked about the processes for sharing with the public. Just to reinforce what we do with regulations so you see the difference. This morning I explained how we would put the waivers on our website, send them out, bring it out, and so on. I won't repeat that. But this is a regulation. Regulations first come to you requesting permission to publish. Following that, we take a look at them again very carefully. They go to the Division of State Documents. They go to the Administrative Executive Legislative Review that Ms. Haley talked about earlier. They then go on the Maryland Register for 30 days, whereas this morning I was talking about going on our website, and they go to but these regs go to the Maryland Register for input. We gather all of that input and bring that input back to you, and they come back to the State Board for approval. So that's just so that you can feel confident that anything you're looking at in these two areas go out to the public. With that, with pre-kindergarten and kindergarten regulations, over time, these regulations had not been updated for quite a while. There's been funding and initiatives related to pre-K and kindergarten. There have been changes over time. There's been revision of old language. So the Division of Early Childhood held a public hearing, as you can see in your transmittal, in November of 2020 to solicit comments. So this was the comments on the input of these regulations. And so what you see before you, and we've also continued to tweak just a smidgen. So we're going to ask Dr. Salmon if we can send it out one more time. And you'll all get the final copy. But what you see before you are definitions, some clarification of definitions, some local responsibilities for school systems regarding requirements for pre-kindergarten and kindergarten. And in one of the regulations that I want to be clear about, we have gone from pre-kindergarten. This is in the 13A.08.01, whereas previously we had just pre-kindergarten. And with Dr. Lee's input and looking at it again, what you're going to see is we are really just taking pre-kindergarten the way it was. We're going to really delete that section and bring back that there are two sections now. There's the 3-year-old pre-kindergarten that you can see, and the 4-year-old pre-kindergarten. And one, of course, in grade 3, it's that students must be 3 years old by September 1. 4-year-old pre-kindergarten, they must be 4 years old by September 1. So we've done some clarification on that. Secondly, we've also done clarification on some dates that beginning with the school year 2022-23, the State Board of Education shall adopt a regulation pertaining to 4-year-olds who will be 5, and this is by the age of October 15. And so that was in your original email. That has been reviewed. In the past, those revisions have been, that deadline has been
dependent upon the local school system. And so we tried to be consistent, and that consistent date is October 15th. There are a number of other revisions that you can see that we could go over or you can review. A lot of it is just changing language, getting clarification on language. But one of the things that I wanted to address, and this was, Dr. Lee, this is a question that you asked, and you in particular asked about the KRA. So I wanted to, the experts in this are certainly the Division of Early Childhood folks. I know Judy Walker is on the call. But we teach all 7 content areas, and Dr. Lee, you talked about this in pre-kindergarten, they're all taught. However, we only assess 4 areas on the KRA because in 2015, the number of areas was reduced in 2015. At that time, as you recall, there was a concern about the number of hours that all students were being assessed. And so we were looking across the board at those number of hours. And so the number of items in 2015 were reduced from 63 items to 50 items. And this was due to teacher input based on the administration of the KRA and also legislative questions. We focused on the 50 items in the 4 content areas in order to have enough items to be able to report a scale score in each of the 4 areas. So I wanted to clarify that that is accurate, and it is a matter that all are taught, but 4 are assessed, and that decision was made in 2015. Overall, the items that you see, I have notes here, and of course of the items that we wanted to make sure that you saw. But I think that's a summary as some of the things to get have come to the attention of early childhood, the Division of Early Childhood, where the need is to be clear. And as we certainly talk about and put in their regulation the extreme importance of early childhood education as we look at more and more pre-K 3-year-olds, pre-K 4-year-olds, and kindergarten. With that, we're happy to answer any questions. What you have before you is a request for permission to publish, and therefore this will go out. You'll get feedback from the community, and then you'll get all that feedback, which will come back to you for your review prior to approval. With that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Ms. McCusker, and then Dr. Lee.
Thank you. I just needed one clarification. I have both copies in front of me, the one that came earlier this week and the one that we got in the email this morning. And you mentioned in your presentation that the date for beginning the 2022-23 was going to be October 15th.
That's correct.
And in the copy that I received this morning, it says September 14th.
Right.
So which copy? I'm just confused on which copy is the one we're looking at.
That was, so when I pulled the latest version, I didn't get the latest version. So last night when I was trying to address Dr. Lee's questions, I learned this morning that because I wasn't at that final meeting. So that's why, Ms. McCusker, you're going to get a whole new one. And the correct date is the October date. And we'll make a clarification on that. So thanks for your patience.
No, thank you. No, it's all good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Lee?
Thank you very much. And I also wanted to clarify, I sent in by email my suggested changes because I didn't think any of them were substantive. They were more formatting and consistency between the 2 documents. And I just wanted to thank you for incorporating some of those comments. I'm still not clear on the Title 13A Subtitle 6 supporting programs. Going back and looking at that, I have 2 questions. Section 0.02B10, as I'm rereading this, I'm wondering why perhaps if either that definition should be about kindergarten programs rather than pre-kindergarten, because pre-kindergarten to me means the eligible 3 and 4 year olds as defined in the title, the subtitle 8. And then the second point is for section 12, which would be 13A.02B12. Mathematics is missing from the list, and I'm wondering if that should be added because it is one of the KRA topic areas. So just to be consistent, should it be added, or perhaps the italicized sentence that's in yellow should just repeat what is in the representative KRA for areas that are supposed to be assessed? It's really just a question of consistency.
Right. Yes. So I think what I'm going to suggest, because there's so many versions going around, that we will bring this back in April with, again, a request for permission to publish, because I want to make sure that everybody has the correct information before we make that decision. So we're going to actually pull this for today and go back and make sure these edits are all consistent and correct across the board. Then we'll have this added to our April regulation section.
Dr. Salmon, can I also make another request? I tend to forget what is coming out and what is being added. Is there some kind of legend that could be included as to?
Well, it's the coloring in on the documents. So it's the red and the yellow. So that's what you want to say. Which is coming out and which is going in.
I keep forgetting. I say, okay, is the yellow coming out or the red going in or whatever? I don't know. Yeah,
the red's coming out and the yellow's going in.
Okay.
And you know what? It might be good. We all are in this advanced stage of our literacy. To put a little color code on there might be helpful, because I get it. Sometimes you forget, so it's all good, Dr. Green.
Excellent. Very good. Dr. Getty.
A lot of children didn't come to kindergarten this year. I forget what percent. So some of them went to daycare, some of them were homeschooled, and some of the children just stayed home another year to play. So in the regulation about kindergarten, what happens to those children? How does the parent prove that they had an educational experience? Or if they stayed home to play, do they go to kindergarten or go to first grade?
So I'm going to defer that to Judy and let her address that. Judy Walker is on our line. Judy, could you answer that question for us, please?
Sure, thank you. So the current regulations that we're following and will be enforced for the coming school year have always said that the exemptions to going to kindergarten would be a parent could ask for a year level of maturity waiver, and they could keep their child home for another year and then enter them in kindergarten the following year, because kindergarten is mandatory. Their other option would be, instead of public school kindergarten, they could ask to enroll them in a non-public kindergarten. They could ask to put them in an alternative setting, which currently is defined as a child care program. Or they could ask the school system, tell the school system they plan to do home instruction. And then this coming year, they're going to have to show the school system if they intend to enroll them in first grade, they would have to show the school system which of those settings that they were in. They were supposed to fill that out when they enrolled this school year and notify the school system of which choice they would follow. If they didn't do any of those, then the child will need to attend kindergarten next year, not first grade.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Very nicely done. Okay, at this time, we're going to go to State Board Member Committee reports. Okay, Ms. Halley, and then Dr. Green.
I'm sorry, I have a few slides. If Dr. Simpson could put those on the screen for me, please. Thank you so much. Okay, so we plan to give a more comprehensive report to the state board in April, but there are a couple of interesting developments that we want to bring to your attention sooner. The first one I'm very excited to announce is that on March the 10th, the Board of Public Works approved the purchase of Canvas, which is a learning management system for the state. It is a very powerful learning management system. And the excitement there is if we have a common learning management system, it will allow for collaboration between our local school systems for purposes of delivering online classes, for professional development, for virtual learning, and it would allow the sharing of resources that might help all students and school systems to extend their resources. In particular, as we go into this next school year, there's a concern that this has been a heavy burden on our teachers, and the teachers, we'll have some teachers opting to retire, we'll have some that might take a break in service, but we have talked on many occasions about shortages in terms of math and science teachers, and having a common platform might give us other opportunities to solve that problem. I can see my slides still aren't here yet. Dr. Simpson, are you having some difficulties?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought they were showing. I could see them on my end. I'll try it again.
We did use, well, Dr. Simpson's working on that. We did use some ESSER funding to purchase a limited number of additional licenses beyond those that the state will be using for, for local school system use. And we're hoping that local school systems will take advantage of that. So consider this a commercial message to please contact the department if you're interested in using some of the Canvas licenses. We have taken an inventory of what licenses are being used in across the state. That would be the third bullet down. We have 12 local school systems that are using Schoology. You should know that as systems needed to pivot for COVID delivery, Schoology takes all of 20 minutes to set up, especially for those schools that were using PowerSchool. They got a discount to be able to add additional tools from the same vendor. We have 3 using Canvas, so 3 will be consistent with the platform that's been selected for the state. And then there's a smattering of other systems used by the other local school systems. Again, ideally, we'd have a common platform that would allow for more collaboration, but having identified a platform and having some systems already using it is a good start. The idea here is that by having a common platform, in addition, you'll get some economies of scale because as you purchase more licenses, the cost per license will go down, and it will allow for more of this cross-district collaboration. And we know that next year, there's a lot of systems talking about having teachers dedicated to either campus-based delivery or virtual delivery, and using this learning management system, and each of the school systems is populating or buying from a vendor some type of delivery system for a virtual experience. So this, again, would create opportunities for some virtual learning collaboration. Go to the next slide. There have been some exciting investments that were made possible from ESSER funding. There is an MOU with Maryland Public Television that is allowing the department to work on some extension of planned student courses. They'll do that in partnership with Maryland Public Television. These courses were identified by the local school systems, and those courses that have more utilization I'll just remind you that there is a catalog of approved courses that the department offers. Some have been developed by the department and others by third-party vendors. When they use a department-developed course and one of our public school teachers, the incremental cost to a school system is quite affordable. It would be about $25 a student. And that compares to when you're using a third-party teacher and third-party course, that can be $300 plus. And as our committee looked at utilization of these online learning opportunities, we saw uneven access across the state, and we believe that part of that is due to financial barriers to allow students to access it. So having these additional courses that are available through the department should be a great relief in that area. In addition, 9 educator modules will be developed that align to the student courses. There'll be 6 educator professional learning courses, some online and blended facilitator training. There'll be some things that are done with our LMS and the associated development and design tools. We will be using an external evaluation of the course development and piloting of these new courses. So we're using a third party for helping there and expanding our accessibility review capabilities. So we're getting a lot of traction with this incremental funding, and we believe that this is a time when there is a lot of interest in online because due to COVID, all systems were experimenting with different digital tools, as well as all educators, and found, some found that it was more helpful than they previously thought, and under the current environment, they had to take a pause and spend some time with these tools. So we're excited about the opportunities to collaborate and to have additional resources for all the local school systems. And again, you'll get a more comprehensive report next month, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howley. Any questions? Excellent. Okay. All righty. Well, thank you very much. Dr. Green?
All right. The task force on achieving academic equity and excellence for Black boys, we are about to lay that baby to rest. After 8 months, it just seems apropos that after 8 months, next month will be the 9th month. We were supposed to have presented our report today. However, we realized earlier this month that it would be best to delay it because we were getting supplemental information from some of our task force members. Also, we wanted to incorporate some of the feedback that we received from our meetings with stakeholder groups. We presented our recommendations to MABE, to representatives from the MABE executive leadership of MABE. We also presented our recommendations, a summary of our recommendations to principals and superintendents who had potentially expressed an interest in possibly piloting our recommendations. So we met with those 2 groups in February, and then this month we invited representatives from MSEA and the Baltimore Teachers Union. We were able to meet with Ms. Boast and one of her colleagues, also to get their input as well that we presented. And I'm pleased to say that we got some great feedback. In fact, one of the things that I wanted to do was to definitely capitalize on a suggestion that came from Ms. Boast about making sure that we correlated our recommendations with the blueprint. So that's what we're going to do now. I'm looking back and saying, okay, where are the intersections? Because we truly don't want to reinvent the wheel if the wheel is already in place, if the wheel is there, or if the wheel is coming through statute. So we want to do that. Also, as I go through the information on the blueprint that I've received, which has basically been a kind of like an outline, I was really taken back. And I think I had realized this a while ago when it was first presented to the board, that the blueprint, unless I'm missing it, there is very little information about equity in the blueprint. And that saddens me. And I hope that the leadership that will make the blueprint come to life, that they will go back and say, where can we put equity? Where can we address the equity problem? Because as we saw in this data that we came through today, our Black children at the bottom, and at the bottom of our Black children are our Black boys. So I would have hoped that the blueprint, the creators of the blueprint would have recognized that, because this is not new data. This has been going on for years. And I'm really disappointed in that it wasn't addressed. And if it were addressed, that it wasn't addressed more strongly. So going forward, as we present our report, it will be presented next month. In our April meeting, we will be presenting our recommendations to the board for your approval. And we want to not just have a report that's just going to sit in someone's file cabinet. We hope that we'll be able to get things started as soon as possible, because this, as I said, has been going on for years. We can't afford to keep our Black boys, none of our children really. We can't continue to keep them at the bottom, because as I said before, and I'll continue to say, if our Black boys are in trouble, so are we all. Thank you.
Mr. Bartley?
You're muted, Mr. Bartley.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. I'd like to thank Dr. Green for her work on this, and I think it is very cogent that you've noted that the blueprint is deficient with regards to addressing African-American boys. I'm African-American, I have an African-American son, and I'm particularly interested in how a blueprint could miss us and the boys, and it alleges to be in service of that group, but it falls short. And I'm very thankful for your group and your insight and work that you've put towards addressing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartley. And I also want to thank Dr. Melanie McCarthy, Senator Bates, and also Dr. Sprankle, and of course our own Dr. Simpson, for being at the forefront of this, at the leadership. Their leadership has been outstanding. If I ever were to do something like this again, I would want them right there beside me.
Excellent. All righty. No other questions. I think at this time, we'll turn to Mr. Schoen with the opinions.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Thank you, board. We have only two opinions to announce today. And Keith N. versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. This was a residency matter. The state board affirmed the decision of the local board. And in SR versus Montgomery County Board of Education, this involved questions of special education and discrimination. The state board affirmed the decision of the local board. That is all that I have for you today.
Thank you very much. At this time, Dr. Lee, yes, please.
Okay, sorry, I didn't have a chance to interject earlier.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I wanted to just make a comment about one of the public comments that we heard this morning about the child care providers.
Yes.
And I read the memo, and I just wanted to amplify the concern. I think I've said this before, having lived through the situation myself. It's concerning to me that there's such a steep decline in child care providers. I think that really impacts on Maryland families. And if there's anything that can be done to expedite the process of getting relief out to the child care providers, that'd be great. So I just wanted to register my concern and hope that having already distributed some of the money, I don't know if it's going to be a quicker process, but it is heartbreaking to hear about child care providers that close And it's a really hard road to hire the right people. Salaries are not high for people who are, in this line of work. We need them, the state needs them, and anything we can do to help get those funds to them more quickly before they have to shut their doors. And that just has all these domino repercussions. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Mr. Bartley?
Is this the opportunity for board members to comment on our meeting today?
Sure, you can do that at this time. Absolutely.
It is March 23rd, and Dr. Salmon, in coordination and working with Dr. Chan, Governor Hogan, and the board president, effectively has most, if not all, of the Maryland schools back for in-person learning and hybrid learning. And I'd like to commend Dr. Salmon on this important accomplishment. Let's give her a round of applause. She did a great job. Through a tough political environment and even tougher realization that the COVID-19 virus is real, and that our heroes, our teachers, are susceptible to the virus as well as our frontline workers, Dr. Salmon is to be commended. She had submitted her retirement and she'll be leaving us, but she's working, as if she'll be here for a continued term. And some people mail it in. Dr. Salmon has not. She's always had the best interest of our children at heart. She's worked collaboratively with the board and all the school districts to the best of her ability. And because of her leadership and the support of the professionals of her staff, and her staff is comprised of doctors, PhDs in education, who have a vested interest in making sure that the state of Maryland and its students remain a top 10 school district in the United States of America and the model for the rest of the states to follow with regards to academic achievement and advanced placement testing. And congratulations, Dr. Salmon, in getting our students back to school. And my hope is that my own county, Montgomery County, get back to school and allow our students to participate in outdoor extracurricular activities, more namely sports. Thank you, Dr. Salmon, and thank you, board.
Thank you, Mr. Bartley, and we're doing our best, and I really appreciate the encouragement. We have a lot more to do, and I wanted to let the board know that I am working right now with Dr. Chan and the health department on modifying our guidance based on the new CDC guidance that just came out, so that we will be trying to get that out as soon as possible and giving our schools some additional guidance for what this new guidance means. So thank you again. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very nicely done. Dr. Salmon, if you'd like to just stick around for another month or two,
No, I'm highly encouraging those people out there with great talents and a love of children and a mission for children to apply for my job as soon as possible.
Well, thank you very much. Board, thank you very much. We've had a great day. It's been a full couple of days. At this time, the floor is open for a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Seconded, Jean Halley.
Okay, so we have General Sumter, and then seconded by Vice President Jean Halley. Seeing no questions, I think we'll just do a visual voice vote to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, opposed? Abstentions. Okay, great. Thank you much, everyone. Have a great rest of the week. Thank you. Okay.